Oh, this is your question. None of them are soft. I know I'm here. Yeah, I saw that.
I'll tell you what you'll get from me. Swift pig and egg. That's why I crossed my legs this way. It's ready.
We're going to be here. I want to leave early. We're going by near the flag.
You can. I can. How's that?
You don't want to sit behind me? That's fun. I've done it. I did it last year. It's not the like figure out what I'll laugh on, but that's
All right, good evening. I'm going to call this March 13th, 2023 business meeting to order. Ask for a roll call, please.
Dr. Campley?
Here.
Mr. Dorr? Mrs. Evans-Brockett?
Here.
Mr. Fountain? Mr. Keenan?
Here.
Dr. Kohler?
Here.
Mrs. Mayers? Mr. Saylor?
Here.
Ms. White?
Here.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The mission of the Perkiomen Valley School District is to cultivate an inclusive community of learners empowered to grow intellectually, socially, and emotionally. Section 1.05, looking for a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. 1.06, looking for a motion for the approval of the minutes as presented. There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're going to move on to 1.07, which is comments on any topic. Let me remind everyone, since this is a larger crowd than normal, there was a sign-in apparatus up front. I'll go through the individuals who said yes, they wanted to speak. After those individuals who signed in that said yes, they want to speak, I'll open it up to anyone from the public that wants to speak. When you come up to the podium, please say your name and where you live, meaning what borough, what township you live in, and you will receive 3 minutes for public comment at the beginning of the meeting. I'm going to first start with our student rep, Mr. Matthew Schaefer, and Matt, obviously you could just stay right there.
Yeah, so I just want to go on record, I'm not speaking as a student rep. This is just me and my own views, so just so that we all know that. Good evening, my name is Matt Schaefer. I'm a senior at Perkiomen Valley High School. Tonight, I am actually not going to directly speak on the topic of banning books. I feel as though the voice of history has spoken louder than whatever I could possibly come up with. Ask Nazi Germany, the Soviet Union, Communist China, and modern-day North Korea how well book banning goes. Nevertheless, I will comment on one particular idea that emerged from last week's meeting. If you don't know me beyond this chair, I come from a family full of teachers. My parents are teachers, my grandparents are teachers, my uncles and aunts are teachers, my cousins are teachers, and I myself am going to college to become a teacher. To say that I know what teaching looks like from the inside out would be an understatement. The fact that there are members on this board and in our community who do not trust our teachers at these schools is unimaginable to me. The faculty at our schools is among the finest in the area, and I challenge you to find better educators than ours. In my 12 years in the Perkiomen Valley schools, I have had 68 teachers, and not a single one of them has tried to indoctrinate me or harm my learning. Not one. In fact, they've been my role models, my support system, and people who I aspire to be like someday. The idea that you do not trust our well-educated, well-trained, and experienced teachers is not only a slap in the face to our own advocates of learning, but to the world of public education, the very thing that brings us here tonight. Extending this mistrust to our librarians blows my mind even further. I've had 3 librarians, Ms. Durstein at South Elementary, Mrs. Kratz at the Middle School East, and Ms. Gaiman here at the high school. I have found that they are some of the most caring and genuine and hardworking individuals in a school building. And I challenge you to hold a conversation with any one of those or the other librarians we have in this district and come to a conclusion that differs from mine. In this library, not once have I been force-fed a book or encouraged to learn about sexually explicit material. Rather, this place has purely been a place of reading, conversation, and quality learning. It's been a safe haven for many and a porn bank for none. I've always wanted to be a high school teacher, and I've always thought that it would just be so cool to graduate from college and teach here at PV and retire as a Viking that I love so dearly. But after all that I've seen, the mistrust and the mistreatment of all 434 employed teachers in this school district, I'm seriously beginning to reconsider. Thank you.
very much, Mr. Schaefer. Mr. William McGill.
Good evening. I think it's rather fitting that I follow your remarks. My name is Bill McGill. I am a resident of the Perkiomen Township, a third grade teacher at Evergreen, and I also serve as president of the Perkiomen Valley Teachers Union. I'm here this evening to show our support for continuing to implement the Perkiomen Valley School District's mission statement, which you read earlier, Mr. President. We cultivate an inclusive community of learners empowered to grow intellectually, socially, and emotionally. We support our superintendent, Dr. Russell. She has a long proven history of following our mission statement. She uses an inclusive model to move our district forward. She involves the various stakeholders when creating committees, like the policy committee. These committees bring together staff, community members, and students so all voices can be included and all viewpoints can be considered. Inclusive stakeholders involvement is a proud hallmark of PV and is one of the reasons we are a desired district to live in. Perkiomen Valley teachers are inclusive with our pedagogy because we educate all students who come through our classroom doors. We support our teachers. PV teachers are highly educated and have the utmost integrity. It was disappointing last week when comments from the board questioned the integrity of some of our teachers. PV has the best teachers out there. This is evidenced by the high achievements our district is consistently noted for, like our PSSA standings, graduation rate, and the success of our students post-high school. Please know that when you question the integrity of one PV teacher, you question the integrity of all of us. PV is PV strong in large part due to the inclusive nature of the decision-making process we have used for decades, the supportive community, and the dedicated teachers who work here. Thank you.
Aspen Bradley. Just going to ask that so people can hear when I call the next speaker, just to hold all comments when someone talks, hold all applause, please, as well. Aspen Bradley. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Aspen Bradley and I live in Skippack Township. Growing up in PV, I've had some mixed experiences through the years. This is because I'm both an LGBTQ+ student and a student with disabilities. According to the ACLU, prior research indicates that LGBTQ students are at higher risk of school policing than general student population and are overrepresented in both school disciplinary incidents and the juvenile justice system. And those risks are even greater for Black, Native American, Latinx LGBTQ youth, and LGBTQ students with disabilities. Many of my friends would not feel comfortable or safe in the district, especially those who are queer students of color, if police were brought in. I do not feel comfortable around guns outside of school at all, so bringing them inside a community building meant for psychological safety and mental growth heightens that discomfort, not just for me, but for a jarring number of students in the district. When you're in a heightened state of anxiety on a daily basis, you're not able to absorb the information presented to you, i.e. learning. I'm aware of the fact that for many, moving schools may be impossible, but this just forces the consideration of switching school districts into the discussion of families across PV, including my own. My family cannot afford to send me to another school, but I cannot continue my education in PV with armed police in the buildings. Even if I were to switch schools, as stated before, I live in Skippack Township, and this would mean that no matter what, my family is still obligated to pay the 1% to 4% tax increase that comes with armed police. This is a public school, not a prison. We should be using our resources to support our students, not to punish them for actions that could have been avoided in the first place. For example, we could make some much-needed expansions to the PV counseling departments in the middle and high schools. In a project, I held a focus group with Dr. Russell and about a dozen students focusing on the design of the counseling center. This meeting quickly spiraled into discussions of the function and the shortfalls that students have had with their counselors. And just to be clear, this is not because of the counselors per se, but the shortcomings of the system that they have to operate in. The counselors in the high school do not have the time or the resources to meet the needs of all the students they have to care for. Police are not counselors and cannot address the root of the issues that we face. Thank you for your time.
Heidi Brown.
Good evening. My name is Heidi Brown. I'm from Lower Frederick. I've worked in special education most of my career here at PV, and what I can tell you is the majority of the kids that I've worked with have experienced trauma. These children were exposed to things in life that they were not ready for, not capable of understanding. Children develop mentally, physically, and socially at different times, and when exposed to material that they are not ready for or make sense of, it can cause trauma. Most kids are not developmentally ready to be exposed to content like this. I've seen some very disturbing cases, from family dysfunction, physical abuse, drug addiction, and sexual abuse. Very upsetting and sad circumstances. Our emotionally disturbed population is growing. Why is that? Are we as a society exposing our children to things that they are not ready for? Things that are confusing, things that they cannot make sense of. We need to step back and take a look at the big picture. Our children are so precious. We need to nurture them. We need to carefully select and teach content that makes them grow and learn in a healthy way. I've seen too many times what kind of inappropriate material and experiences can do to a child and affect their behavior. Sexual intimacy should come with an advanced knowledge of relationships. School-age children are not prepared for that. Why take the chance of having books like these in our school libraries knowing they could harm and confuse them, make it hard for them to cope? Because once they read, once they've seen, they cannot unread, they cannot unsee. I believe that any book that is available in the school library should be used as a resource, can be shared, can be projected on a screen, read out loud, referenced in a small group. This is not the case, and actually doesn't even follow our school discipline code. If a picture out of a school-approved book could be considered for discipline, if a student were to pass it, share it, hang it up as a poster, then it's not appropriate for a school setting. I'm not banning books, let's be clear. I do believe, though, if a book does not follow the guise of what I just shared, then the appropriate place for this book is in a public library, where a parent can choose that option for their child without infringing on the rights of the parents to have the same choice. It really upsets me that this does not make sense to some.
Thank you.
Please hear my words.
Thank you very much. To the members of the audience, I really appreciate the people that are coming here tonight, but I'm going to just request again that we don't have any comments when a speaker is talking, and to help get through when the speaker is done, if we could hold the applause. I appreciate it. I think I said this a year ago. We are not at a hockey game. Shona McGee, I apologize.
Sorry. Shona McGee, Skipback Township. I just have to address something, and I'm sorry if I'm calling anybody out or speaking directly to anyone, but the way Mr. Saylor went about adding an item for the first read without following board policy was beyond unethical. It goes to show his disregard for our district and everyone in it. It's no longer about the children and more so about the political agenda. He has targeted books that have deep meaning to the LGBTQIA and BIPOC community and helps the young adults in this community be seen. These are life-saving books for some of them, yet you deem it pornography. When you remove books that portray a marginalized community, you are losing equity. you are losing the inclusion that you're fighting for. Book banning is the most widespread form of censorship in the United States by restricting information and discouraging freedom of thought. Censors undermine one of the primary functions of education, teaching students how to think for themselves. Such actions assert free speech, endanger tolerance, free expression, and democracy. By imposing information restraints on free people is far more dangerous than any ideas that may be expressed in that information. As was said many times tonight already, the mission of the Perkiomen Valley School District is to cultivate an inclusive community of learners empowered to grow intellectually, socially, and emotionally. Banning books from our students negates this mission and is borderline on fascism. Thank you.
Well noted. Teresa Stagliano.
Teresa Stagliano from Collegeville Borough. I have nothing written. I heard about the meeting, probably less than 3 minutes. Heard about the book, Fun Home. Saw one picture that came out of that book, and I hit the roof. I have children that did come here in the 90s to PV. I'm a grandmother. I'm a mother. That book is pornographic, in my opinion. And I can get all the laughter I want. That's pornographic. If the parents want that child to read that book, there's an adult bookstore right over there in Collegeville that they can take a look at it and buy it for those children. I thought there were no comments during the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Keep going.
This is not banning a book. This library, any library, is for education. That's not education in my book. Also, the safety resource officer, I believe that's what they're called, and apparently you want to have an armed guard in here. Take a look what's going around in the country, people. There are kids that are dying. And you don't want or you don't feel comfortable with somebody with a gun? What do you think that person's coming in here with? A gun. For your kid. That's all I have to say.
Jackie Lichtenstein.
Jackie Lichtenstein, Skipback Township. I'd like to give you my thoughts on last Monday's board meeting. While many of us have differing views on many topics, I'm sure we can all agree that we all care about our children in the district. They are our focus and why we all continue to attend school board meetings. That said, I was extremely disgusted with how business was conducted by the board, specifically the board president, who should be leading by example, not speaking in slang sexual content, with minors present and on a live stream, by the way, and trying to circumvent policies and procedures. School boards are supposed to be bipartisan with no place for politics and hidden agendas. One of our values for our students is to learn how to think and not what to think. And with that, I'd like to thank Mr. Dorr for thinking on your own and voting for what was procedurally correct. Mrs. Mayers, Mr. Fountain, and Mr. Keenan all voted with Mr. Saylor to circumvent policy and procedure, while admitting they haven't read, beyond the excerpts, of course, the books in question and saying they didn't trust our librarians and administration. If you concur with these board members, perhaps public education isn't for you and your family. You are free to send your children to private, charter, magnet, or parochial schools, as some members of the board choose to do. On a national level, there has been a push to remove books from school curricula and libraries, specifically books about LGBTQIA and people of color. I'm here to remind my fellow residents, specifically these school members, that Perkiomen Valley is a public school and therefore are held to different policies than more homogeneous schools, such as religious-based schools. public schools are mandated to provide education for all types of students. If as parents you deem that there is literature that you choose to not have your student read, that is your choice. That is what I do agree with some of these people speaking here. That is your choice. Did you know that there are policies in place to restrict those students from taking out books? Already in place. It's not your right to deny other students from having access to the topics that you don't like or agree with because of your religious affiliation. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Another guiding principle is no parent or guardian has the right to determine instructional reading, viewing, or listening material for students other than their own children. That's in PV's guiding principles. Questions I would like answers to is how much does each book challenge cost the district? Because the way I see it is those numbers are adding up. And how many books has each board member has challenged? I want answers to those questions. And on a final note, I want everyone to understand that the book bans are a distraction for the larger playbook to dismantle public education. Extreme far-right hate groups like Moms for Liberty are trying to buy their way to school boards and find candidates that will do their bidding. We cannot let this happen. We are not Florida.
Thank you very much. Christopher Melville.
Can you say that again?
Christopher Melville.
Good evening. My name is Chris Melville. I'm a proud 2005 graduate of PV and a resident of Schwenksville Borough, where I serve in many roles, one of which is the Emergency Management Coordinator. In that role, I have had great joy in working alongside Dr. Russell, Mr. Weaver, Mr. Miller, and others, to name a few. I would like to acknowledge and commend Dean and the leadership team for the advances that they have made over the years in increasing security here within PV. I think when I was in school, we had one security guard, and we all know Big Mike. Now, every school is covered by a security officer in some capacity. There are many more locks to the doors, security systems on the doors, and camera systems. But when it comes to the health and safety of our children, you can never do enough. Employing school police officers would add additional levels of security should a dangerous position present itself. Out of the 8 school buildings, only 1 is covered by a part-time police department. All the others rely on the state police. I have great friends that work for the state police. They do what they can with the little bit they have. I could probably walk here from Schwenksville before a state trooper would show up. And I mean that in no disrespect to the gentlemen and ladies that work there. I grew up in a small town with local police. A lieutenant, a neighbor's uncle, would frequently stop by. We'd have catches, take rides in the back of his patrol car, and he served as a positive role model for what police officers can be. And I think that was shown last week by this representation from Springford School District. I've talked with some students, including those that attend Perkiomen Valley, who mentioned that they love seeing the Lower Frederick police officers outside their school before and after school. But again, that's 1 out of the 8 buildings in this district. They're scared. We have kids in this district that have come to me saying that they're scared. You have staff that sit in these buildings, the front line staff at the front door of these buildings, that are scared to come to work because of what could come through that front door. We can all sit here and hope that we never have to rely on those resources, but I don't want to be sitting here in a board meeting while you guys are all playing the what if game, should nothing change. Thank you, and I think we owe this to our staff and especially the kids in this district.
Valerie Drury. Valerie Drury.
Valerie Drury, Skipback Township. Mr. Saylor, your reading last week, word for word, was a disgrace. You took a stolen opportunity for shock and awe, as well as being hypocritical. A few months back, a PV community member read an excerpt from a book she was concerned about, and you attempted to stop her as you felt what she was reading was inappropriate to be read out loud. You even noted that you wanted to keep a level of decorum. Where was your decorum as you read in vulgar detail with a young child in the room at last meeting? Second example, you noted upon being elected to the board and as president that your desire was to work with administration. You even said we are a board of 10. I was excited to hear that. Last week was evident that you do not value administration or your fellow board members. Third example, you spoke about wanting to work as a cohesive group despite differences among the board. Your actions last week were in complete opposition of that. Surprising fellow board members and administration is not working together, least of all respecting them. And this is not the first time you've surprised administration and fellow board members. Last time was with Policy 832. Fourth example, parent choice for masking. I agree. Masking was parent choice. I agree with that. I don't feel this is any different with regard to books. And if you don't want your child to read them, as we've heard tonight, there's a policy to get a book, to have your child be flagged so that they cannot take out that book. So you have parent choice over that. I'm concerned about your lack of respect, your ignorance on policy and procedure. With regard to inappropriate images, our students don't even have to take anything out of the library. They go no further than the seats of the school buses, in which some students have drawn male anatomy on the seats. All of these examples cause me to have no faith in your ability to lead nor make sound judgment. I would also like to note and point out that you were texting during Dr. Boyd's presentation on special education, as well as during the bus safety audit. I feel the school board president should be focused, attentive, and committed to all topics in the district. As you boastfully proclaimed at last meeting, you know your job.
Thank you very much, Ms. Drury. Evan Kenny?
Hello, I'm Evan Kenny, Vice President of the junior class, and I live in Skippack Township. I'm here today to discuss the book policy, as I would like to note that I've read some of the books that are being questioned, such as Funhouse and All Boys Aren't Blue. And while there is sexual content contained within the books, it is not pornography, which is meant to be sexually stimulating content, which if the books are actually read rather than experts, it is clear that these are not. Rather, I see these books as resources for our students as they try to come to age within sexual content, as these isn't books for elementary kids. It's for high schoolers who will all be out within college within 4 short years at the maximum. It is important for kids to be able to have these resources picked out by a trusted staff to understand sexual content rather than finding things online or on the internet, as I hear worse things that are than contained in these books at a lunch table. Kids aren't just like innocent, and we understand these things. Sex is a real thing, and it's important for kids to read this in an appropriate way that our administration picks out rather than searching online because there's nothing in it in the public library. I would also like to note that for students of different sexualities and such, it is important to see books contained within them, as rather they might go down unwise paths because they don't see any support for them within the library. And if we don't trust our administration and librarians and teachers to pick out what books are appropriate for us to read, then how can we go to school and supposed to respect them? I think that removing these books from the library would not only be needless, but also harmful to a vast majority of the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evan. Deborah Hamilton?
Hello, my name is Deborah Hamilton from Skippack Township. In the film, Whose Children Are They?, seen by millions across the nation, the producers and cast exposed how children are being sexually groomed in America's schools. Several factors are driving the parents' revolt against abusive school practices across the country, and one is the shockingly explicit sex education that teachers' unions use to steal children's innocence and lure them into sexual experimentation. It starts with books in school libraries using taxpayer dollars. Brave teachers, emboldened parents, and mental health experts describe how schools are corrupting children sexually and indoctrinating them into believing that something harmful at such a young age is normal through books. In the last meeting, Superintendent Barbara Russell said, "I don't know that our content qualifies as pornography." The American Psychological Association defines porn as writings, images, illustrations, or films with blunt, often exploitative sexual content with no redeeming artistic value. Parents need to see for themselves how far things have gone, because after all, whose children are they? The school districts, superintendents, and teachers don't own our kids, only parents do. And the best parents should not expose their children to pornography. The harmful effects are irreversible. A middle school teacher and parent advocate in the district said the overall goal of exposing children to this material is to desensitize them to all of these sexual ideas and sexual content and give them the feeling that everything's okay and everything goes. And it has been effective. This material is not educating our kids in biology. They teach about putting their child's mouth on somebody's genitals and other body parts. And if that offends everyone or anyone, this is what's in the books that you're fighting for. Let's get back to writing, reading, arithmetic, science, and history. Moms for America has 500,000 moms across the nation who are rising to speak their minds at school board meetings, city councils, state legislatures, and in Washington, D.C. They are helping mothers to push back against radical sex agendas, as no positive outcome is derived from sexually explicit, pornographic material. Research shows that destructive mental health and behavioral issues result from obscene material and stories, again irreversible. One of the books in the last school board meeting, All Boys Aren't Blue, has frequently been censored because it includes the LGBT offensive content and profanity, and it is also considered to be sexually explicit. In 2021, the American Library Association named it the third most banned and challenged book in the United States of the year, and school boards in 25% of the country have removed the book from their libraries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michael Hamilton, did you want to talk at the next section, or did you want to talk now? At the end of the meeting? Yes, sir. Chuck Draxler.
Hey, Chuck Draxler, excuse me, Chuck Draxler from Collegeville. I'd just like to say that there's been a lot of negative comment about Jason Saylor, and I would have to totally disagree with that. I think he's doing an outstanding job in focusing this district on things that would not have been brought forward, would not have never been brought forward in this district unless somebody stood up and took charge of what's happening around here. So I salute him, and I salute his efforts. The reason that we have so many people here tonight that are concerned about what's going on is precisely because of people like Jason Saylor. That being said, I would have to say that I agree totally that parents within this school district have every right to determine what their kids see. However, they do not have the right to force that on every other kid. Whether that's voluntary or involuntary, they don't have that right. You have a right as a parent to determine what your children see and what you think is appropriate for them. You don't have a right to tell me or anybody else in this room what their kids can see and what they should be able to access in a library or anywhere else. That does not belong to you. I had two girls that went to PV High School. 2 girls who went to the University of Pittsburgh and St. Joe's University, and they're both educators at this time. However, I will tell you right now that the stuff that is on these, in these books, in this library, would have gotten them expelled had they had that just a short time ago in this school district. It would have certainly gotten me expelled when I was in high school if I had walked around with that kind of stuff. What's changed? The only thing that's changed around here is a certain attitude of people who think they know better than everybody else because they went to different schools, that they became educated when that is not necessarily the case. If you want your children to see this kind of thing, by all means, go get it for them and show them. But don't say that other people must do the same thing. And don't expose other kids. Yeah, I've heard it said today, oh, there's stuff worse than that on the school buses and in the cafeteria. That's true. And that was true years ago, and it will be true in the future. But that doesn't mean that it has to be sanctioned by the school board or the school district. Thank you.
Penland. Colette Penland.
Colette Penland, Skippack Township. After attending last week's school board meeting, I felt compelled to come address this board, particularly to thank Mr. Saylor for stepping up with a motion outside of the standard process. Bringing these items to the board's attention, and more importantly, to the community's attention, is appreciated and necessary, apparently. These actions by the school board president, Mr. Saylor, shined light in a few dark areas. First was a complete lack of respect and tone towards Mr. Saylor made by some on this board. Rather than focusing on the main issues at hand, an inappropriate and sometimes pornographic material that has made its way onto the PV shelves, your outrage and disrespect was aimed at not following bureaucratic red tape processes. Many of us have learned a term for this the past couple years, right? It's called gaslighting. So I'll have to thank a couple people here that I won't call out specifically, but for showing us a prime example of this behavior right here in PV. I think there was a sweeping statement made by one of the members that the community and parents don't have issues with these books being on the shelves. That sweeping statement is inaccurate. Parents and taxpayers are now becoming more aware of what has been making its way into the public school libraries across this country, especially in the last 3 years. There was hope that this, quote, wasn't happening in PV, but clearly it is. So while Mr. Saylor's motion may have been outside of the normal procedures, it is appreciated by many in this community that he put himself out there on this point. And in an ironic twist, some of this board and taxpayers who attended the meeting last week actually pointed out and had a problem with the language Mr. Saylor was using as he described the content and language of the books in question. I think someone in particular pointed out that there's children present and children who watch these meetings, and Mr. Saylor was chastised about this. But does anyone else in here see the irony and hypocrisy in this? Yeah, I thought so too, yeah. So you don't want this language used to discuss the relevance in a public school, but you're okay with these books themselves, with these images being of all ages. As a taxpayer who sees
The room will come to order. Please do not respond. The room will come to order.
Thank you.
We're good with that. The room will come to order. Please do not respond to any of the speakers.
Am I getting some time back, I hope? As a taxpayer who sees an ideology creeping into the public school system across the country, it is appalling to me that some of the content that has made its way into the public school system. Why should a parent have to opt out of any books on the shelves of a public school library? Parents should be able to trust the administration, boards, and teachers to keep things age and content appropriate to a learning environment. Those who want your children to be exposed to this type of material should be doing so at home where it belongs, or go to your public library. You all need to do better. We all need to do better. Take a deep look at what you are fighting for, and more importantly, the reasons why.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wendy Ludford. Wendy Ludford.
My name is Wendy Ludford, and I've been a secretary for the Perkins Valley School District since 1996. I believe the most important part of my position is to help maintain a safe environment for students and staff. I walk into the office every day and I see the emergency button, my daily reminder that anything can happen and I must be on guard for our children at all times. That's my tool to protect our children, a button. Yes, I call them our children. We are all in this village together, and while I only have one child at home, I have nearly 500 in school, and I love them all. But it's just a button that I have to protect our children, which hopefully I will be able to push this button before I myself am killed. We all want the same thing. We want our schools to be safe. Like it or not, the best protection against someone with a gun is another person with a gun. If I hear shots or I see an armed intruder, I'll push that button and then I'll wait. I'm going to stand here for the remainder of my 3 minutes and would like all of you to imagine the shots being fired as we wait after I push that button.
I'm sorry, this can be triggering for people with PTSD. This should not be allowed.
The room should be kept in order, please.
And the unfortunate thing is, it'd still be another 9 minutes till somebody came to help with a gun. Thank you.
Hankins. George Hankins.
Good evening. George Hankins, Trap Borough. I have one child at PV East. First, I appreciate the chance to talk. I was motivated to come and talk after watching last week's board meeting. As Dr. Russell can attest, I invest a lot of time in making sure my daughter has the best opportunity to learn and think and grow in the PV school district. I appreciate the time that you've afforded to discuss with me my concerns from time to time. I consider your sincere efforts on your part to be one of the reasons why she's been so successful. As I speak tonight, I have no long-standing relationship with members of this board, and I only watch with the lens that I live by. As the Pottstown Mercury attested, no one spoke in support of Mr. Saylor's suggested agenda items last week. I understand the concerns raised in the way it was presented. However, some people in the community do believe the book policy needs a review. I am speaking up tonight for that very reason. I disagree with the definition and distinctions between sexually explicit and pornography. Even if I agree with the distinction was relevant in this case, I believe both has no educational or appropriate value for instruction in the PV school district. I assume that since last week, each of you has solidified how you feel about this discussion. Here's how I process it, and I am struggling to understand opposition. In the last year, someone is willing to sit for the pledge, possibly not stand against porn, sexually explicit material. In last year, someone is willing to stand with Mr. Pepper, testify against themselves and the district and representative regarding masking and prolonging that whole ordeal, but possibly stand against porn and possibly stand for porn and sexually explicit material. In the last few years, a few of you sat while an administrator was terminated for their conservative beliefs on their private account, but possibly not stand against porn or sexually explicit material. I find the criticism Mr. Saylor is just as much motivated by your own politics as you believe he is motivated by his politics. In conclusion, we all have a choice on what side of this argument we're going to be on. All of us are not that different in age, that you and the board and myself, I'm saying. Each of us are raised in schools that likely did not have the materials that reflect that are being objected to in this recent board hearings. You see, it's the people, faith, family, and friends you shaped our social being. Then life experiences and maybe higher education molded you as an adult. You still arrived at the firm stances, whether liberal, conservative, or moderate, because you were taught how to think. And I just want to say to Mr. Schaefer, teaching is one of the most admirable professions in this world.
Excuse me,
Oh,
please
sorry.
don't.
24 years of teaching, I would like to say and encourage anyone who wants to go into the field that is an admirable profession, and you should never be discouraged if you have that passion burning in your heart. Thank you.
Jess Coulter. Jess Coulter.
Jess Coulter, Lower Frederick. At the meeting last Monday, I was surprised but not shocked to hear Saylor's hyperbolic comment that Dr. Russell was guilty of distributing pornography because of the books on the shelves at the high school library. For an educator, such an indictment can be fatal to their career. That was said with such callousness further illustrates the absolute need to have educated professionals serve on the board, especially those with experience in education. I am troubled that you have not yet provided us with a full list of books being questioned, and instead fall back on the right-to-know laws like a coward. If you believe something, have the courage to say it, out loud, with your name behind it. If you're going to let Moms for Liberty pull your apron strings, at least be honest about it. Your assertion that it's about age-appropriate material is absurd. Students have been reading about children getting married, murdering their parents, and committing incredibly violent acts for generations without question. And I'm not even talking about the Bible. Your problem is not with sex, it's with homosexual sex. I know this not only because of the literature you've challenged, but because of the literature you have not challenged. But I won't give you any hints. You're going to have to actually read the books, unless Central Bucks puts out a press release. As a teacher of more than 20 years, I've worked in schools with armed police. Not once have they made me feel safer, broken up a fight, they usually stand by and let us do it, or prevented a crime or act of bullying. In fact, they were often a hindrance to whatever situation arose, pushing for the school to press charges on children for teenage behavior, rebellious though it may be. They often made more work for teachers and administrators who have to deal with the searches that school police cannot do on their own and field complaints from students and parents about harassment, sexual and otherwise. Our children need guidance, not guns. That is not who we are as a community. At least it's not who we used to be. And Matt, no matter what, this is a profession worth fighting for. I look forward to your work.
Janice Sheridan.
Janice Sheridan, Skippack Township. Colette's comments pretty much covered a lot of what I had originally intended to say. So I can only, what I want to do is point out what I thought was the impropriety of 4 members sitting on this board at the last meeting. There have been so many comments against Jason and none against the members who I think should have been, a comment should have been directed to. A school board member refused to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag for the country she supposedly is trying to make better. She then set the hostile tone of the meeting by her dramatic vocalization of how they were blindsided by Mr. Saylor. Even after a suggestion toward the end of the meeting that the board members be more civil with each other, she reignited the 4 board members' anger and hostility toward the school board president. This is not the character nor the dignity I believe most parents want for their children to emulate. Not to be outdone, an angry and hostile voice of another member who obviously would like to be respected for the DR before her name, boomed over Zoom as she screamed her admonishment and displayed her hypocrisy by expressing her dismay in Mr. Saylor's reading the words from the library book while children just might be listening at home to the meeting. Is this the morality, dishonest character we hope our children will emulate? These certainly are not the people who should be in a position to determine what is best for our children. And to the parents whose only defense against our position is ad hominem attacks, please use logical reasoning. To the others, you can choose to teach your children about how condoms taste or any kind of X-rated behavior anytime you want. We don't have these X-rated books in our children's school library. We don't want them. If you think telling your child not to do something and you believe they will listen to you, you think that's going to happen, then you weren't watching your children. You have libraries, bookstores, you have the internet, you have yourself to expose your children to what is not education. So again, you are the ones with the options. We are not. Thank you.
Allison Kotze? Allison Kotze?
Good evening. My name is Allison Kotze. I live in Skippack. My daughter and I just moved here from New York. We've been here since September of 2021. And the first point I want to make is that I'm appalled at the fact that there is zero transparency when it comes to what's going on inside of our schools. The fact that these books are an issue, I only happened to stumble upon. In our last school district, what would happen is there was an issue raised at the board, and then the next day a letter went out to every parent in the school district so that every parent was aware of what was going on in the school. We don't even have a list of the books that are in question, but they're ones that were presented, and the ones that I have looked at, we're clearly failing our kids if we're allowing these books to hit the shelves. Seems to be zero book review. There is no space for books with sexually explicit content that our children can come across. I understand that everybody has a different parenting style. It's not my parenting style. It was suggested that there was going to be a block on these children being able to access these books. However, look around the library. Our kids come in this library, they can grab any book off these shelves. You're not stopping them by putting a block on them from taking the book out of the library. They're still going to access the book. Now, the parents that want to allow their children to take these books out, it's not stopping them from sharing them with the children that we don't want looking at it. And if you're going to rate these types of books, the Motion Picture Association of America, sexually explicit material is 17 and up. You don't have to look at much more about the book. You don't have to read the book to know that it's inappropriate. There are 4 pages in Fun Home that have very graphic descriptions of people having sex. Our children, when they leave the school, they're 17, 18. That's 12th grade. So the 9th graders are coming in here pulling these books off the shelves. They're what? 13, 14? No, not even. So again, there's no realistic way to stop our children that we don't want reading this content from accessing these books. And I don't feel that it's a justification to say that because there's a block that these books should be on the shelves. Because again, I've already explained that that's not going to stop them. I don't want to sacrifice my child's holiness because other parents have a different parenting style. Again, it's been raised before that if you would like your children to read these books, buy them at the store, have them read them in the privacy of your own home. They do not belong in a public school library. We just have to do better for our kids. We live in a whole new world that I didn't grow up in. You have to block apps. There's certain apps that I would never let my daughter have because of the content on those apps. Roblox, a game she was never allowed to play because there was pornographic levels or whatnot. We got to, really focus on what's important for the kids. And thank you.
Thomas Lopez, did you want to talk now or at the end of the meeting? Thomas. I'll speak now. Oh, there you are. Sorry.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm Thomas Lopez. I'll be very, very quick.
If you could just mention what
I
area.
live in Perkiomen Township.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I haven't heard anybody comment on what's being done to nurture enthusiasm for learning. I haven't heard anybody comment on anything to protect the innocence of kids or strategies to do so. I'm appalled. I really question what's going on here. Also, I question who's going to be on the hook for this. Well, the taxpayers are going to be on the hook for this when this goes to litigation. I'd rather see those resources spent on STEM projects for our children and great educational programs. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jessica Lipples. Jessica Lipples.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Lipless, Skippack Township. I would like to respectfully make a request concerning the content found in some of the books in the district's libraries. I was surprised to hear that the high school's libraries has books with sexually explicit content, and I was shocked when I saw an image from one of those books. I recognize that other parents may consider this material acceptable for children. Out of respect for those parents, I'm not asking that these books be removed from the library. I am asking that a system be established for parents to indicate what their own child can and cannot have access to in the library. When a movie is going to be shown in a class that has a certain rating, parents are informed and given the option to have their child not view the movie, and I truly appreciate that. Likewise, I'm asking that parents be given the similar opportunity with books in the libraries. It was mentioned in the last school board work session that parents have the option to contact the school librarian and provide a list of specific books that their child cannot check out. I appreciate this accommodation that the school district is providing, but it's difficult for a parent to know what is already in the library or when new material is added. It would be more helpful if books were given a rating similar to what the entertainment industry already uses for movies, TV shows, music, and video games. Then parents could set limits for their own children based on the ratings instead of having to list books title by title. Please consider this as a way to partner with parents by creating a system to help us make more informed decisions about what is appropriate for our own children without limiting access for others. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Debbie Leonetti. Debbie Leonetti.
Hi, my name is Debbie Leonetti from Skippack Township. I want to thank each of you on the school board for volunteering your time. I know it's a sacrifice being at meetings at night and away from your families. My stepson is a freshman here at the high school. His older brother graduated 2 years ago. I raised my 4 kids in northern New Jersey. My youngest graduated high school in 2013. I have had many years of experience with public and private schools. After last week's meeting, I went to your website and I read each of your bios. You all have impressive education and backgrounds. Several of you have degrees in psychology, which made it all the more difficult for me to comprehend what I heard here. Last week was the first school board meeting I have attended here in Pennsylvania. What I heard at that meeting was disturbing and appalling. Mr. Saylor, I want to thank you for bringing to our attention the books with sexual content. I sat here and listened to you, many of you, attacking Mr. Saylor for his agenda. It sounds to me like many of you have an agenda as well. You focused on the process rather than the subject matter at hand. I have a feeling that if he did not mention these books, we would never have known what was happening in our own school district. Then in the next breath, as Mr. Saylor read the excerpt from the books, many people in this room grabbed their pearls explaining, there are children listening to this meeting. Who do you think is checking these books out of the library? At the same time, 2 board members don't stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. What kind of example are you setting for these kids? As psychologists, you should know the mental damage and anxiety exposing children to sexual material before they're mature enough. Exposing them prematurely borders on child abuse. If I shared a book like Mr. Saylor described last week at my kid's house, I would be considered a predator. My question would be why? How is this type of material going to help our kids educationally? Will it help them get into college, trade school? Your jobs are to provide reading, writing, and arithmetic, skills that will help our kids compete on the world stage. My brother has been an educator for 25 years. Currently, he is the principal at a junior high school in New York on Long Island. His wife is a school psychologist with a PhD. 2 weekends ago, we were all away on my brother's away on vacation, and my brother's day off, he was dealing with a 12-year-old girl student who was pregnant by a 12-year-old boy student at his school. Is that what you guys want here? I heard one school board member saying that the kids would have to sign them out with parental permission. Really? Do you think these kids won't share these material with their friends? Another stated they can access porn on the internet. You're correct, but not during school hours. Outside of school, the parents are responsible for keeping the kids safe. During school, it's your responsibility to keep them safe. I am quite certain that if more parents in the district knew what was being approved by this board, they would be as disappointed and disgusted as I am. We're better than that, people. Thank you.
Christian Seibel. Christian. Christian.
Christian Seibel. I live in Collegeville. My name is Christian Seibel, and I'm not just a student at Perkiomen Valley, but a member of the PV community. I know that there will be grown adults in this audience who will hate me for what I have to say, but I am concerned, and I'm not going to let that deter me. Last week, we, the students in the community, heard arguments from members of the board questioning not just the process by which books are deemed appropriate for the school library, but the very individuals employed by the district to do it. These members seek to change the process of book review because the outcomes of their challenges, or anticipated outcomes of their challenges, are not what they perceive to be right. Not only do these individuals wish to redefine obscenity in accordance with their own beliefs or opinions, but they wish to do it in such a way that circumvents the democratic system by which new policy may be produced. In our school, we students are taught to challenge the world we see and find information that supports our belief. However, we are also taught that if we are consistently confronted with data or literature that opposes our beliefs, before dismissing this information, we must reevaluate our stance. If you say the sun goes around the earth in a science classroom, we don't throw away our science books and question our teachers saying otherwise. You would be wrong, and that's okay. You admit it and move on. In the same way, not every challenge you make will be supported by the book review process. That's not an issue with the process, it's an issue with the challenge. Literature is the human experience. It defines ourselves, our communities, and our generations. Literature can open doors to other worlds, true or fictional, and allow us to find these worlds in one another. They promote change for the better across the world, country, and inside ourselves. Sexuality, race, identity, these are human experiences, and more than that, they are teenage experiences. Sex is not inherently gratuitous and is not inherently obscene. This taboo perspective on human nature and development is and often has been a leading factor in identity struggles that many teens face at this developmental age. But I digress. Before I go, let me share one more thought. Our students are intelligent. They are watching the actions of the board. I know because I speak with countless students about board proceedings 2 Tuesdays a month. They are watching this story unfold, watching a group of individuals question the educators and role models that make our school amazing, watching them try to bypass checkpoints of the democratic process and watching them question books and the book review process. You are embarrassing our school and losing the respect of our students, staff, and community. You are, for better or worse, a part of the PV story. Take a step back and ask yourselves if you're the hero or the villain.
Thank you very much. Joanne Schweitzer. Joanne Schweitzer.
I'm Joanne Schweitzer. I'm a proud citizen of this community for the last 25 years. And I am in disbelief that this school district is debating whether pornography is appropriate to be in our school library where an 11-year-old can see it and read it. My son is going to be 11. People have to be 18 years old to enter adult world in Collegeville with ID. Not in the Perkins and Valley School libraries, though. Those rules don't seem to apply in the name of calling it literature. These books should not be banned. They just belong in an adult section of the public library and not a public school library. For underage kids to view graphic images and read how to perform oral sex. This school district has a superintendent who doesn't know how to define pornography, or at minimum confuses it with the equal but not supposedly lesser label of sexually explicit materials. The bigger problem here is that some people who hold power in this administration are actively trying to diminish parental rights so that they can run free with their own political agendas. You say you're an inclusive environment, but only to groups who you deem worthy. Thanks for your time and consideration of the feelings of parents who don't agree with you.
Rachel Hartnett, did you want to speak now or at the end of the meeting? Okay. Mindy Sherry. No.
I'm a volunteer if you want.
No, you're not. You're up next.
Hey, should I come up?
No. Thank you, Mr. Pepper. You're next. Mindy?
I am Mindy Cherry, Perkins Township. I cut this short a little bit because instead of rehashing it. I have lived here since 1996. The first of my 3 children started in Evergreen in 2007, and my youngest child will be graduating next year. In those years, I've never met a teacher or administrator who ever had anything but the best interest of my children at heart. Mr. Keenan claimed at last week's meeting that, this is a direct quote, "Our library is running wild with bringing in obscene literature," as if they now have Hustler on the periodical shelves, although I don't know if Hustler or periodical shelves are still a thing. A quick Googling of the most challenged books show that most of the books that were required reading when I was in middle and high school are now in the top 10 books for banning and being labeled as obscene materials. Great Gatsby, Catcher in the Rye, Grapes of Wrath, Kill a Mockingbird. But oddly, school members aren't coming for Steinbeck and Salinger. They're targeting LGBT books and labeling them as porn. My daughter is a member of the LGBTQ community. She came out to me 3 years ago. There was no pornographic book that made her gay. There was nothing that I did that made her gay. She just is, and I love her. Mr. Saylor is investigating Fun Home by Alison Bechdel. Here's the book. It's one of my daughter's favorite books. I found that my children want to read more when they are able to read the stories that connect to the life that they are living. I asked her to point out the pages that Mr. Saylor was so apoplectic about, and it took her a good 4 minutes to find them. It's 2 pages out of 232 pages showing 2 women being intimate in a non-pornographic way. Literally, it is 8 frames out of the entire book. Is it in a high school library? Yes. Is it in the library at Evergreen? Of course not, because Mrs. Lane would never allow that to be there. I trust the educators to make these decisions. Fun Home isn't porn, nor is All Boys Aren't Blue. Maybe if you took the time to read the book in the entire context instead of just posting one page in a Facebook group, you'd get to know what these books are about and how important they are to the children of this community who are LGBTQ. And once again, as Mr. student representative said, book banners are never on the right side of history. Okay, so just please.
Thank you very much. Luke Pepper. So real quick before Mr. Pepper starts, that goes through the people who said they wanted to speak. If anyone wants to speak now, you could kind of like form a line so that we know, and that way it'll be orderly. Mr. Pepper.
Good evening. I'm only here, I'm kind of under the weather, so I apologize if I start to
Tell
cough.
us where you're from.
Oh, okay. I'm from Perkins Township. I'm a father of 5 in the district, 1 in high school, 4 in the elementary school at Evergreen. When I first heard about this, I thought to myself, how am I going to approach this? In my mind, when you look at books, books are meant to teach and educate. And if you're going to ban a book, it better be for something that it warrants it. Now, no one will disagree with me that we have books about Auschwitz, Treblinka, the effects of human health by xylon gas that were used during the Holocaust. We have books about the Rwandan genocide where people were driving trucks in the UN and they're running over human bodies and crushing skulls. This material is as offensive as any sexually explicit material, but it's there for a reason. It's there to teach our children, to educate them about what's going on in the world and what to avoid. We are opening up a box here which you cannot close. I don't want to hear about children getting sexually explicit and being turned on by that and going and seeking to be gay. It's simply not true. The amount of times these books have probably been taken out of the library, and I don't have the data, but it's probably zilch. They've probably been taken out 4 or 5 times. They're not assigned to assigned reading. They're not a part of assignments. The reality is that this is a political agenda that's driven against lesbians and gays because they don't like them. They've been around since the beginning of time. You cannot wash them from history. You cannot denigrate their contributions to history. So if you're going to ban books about lesbians and gays and how they have sex and what they like and what they don't like, then you better start looking at the history books about what has not been taken out. Because I guarantee you, seeing a pile of shoes for the people that were gassed at Treblinka or seeing a pile of clothes for people that were gassed at Auschwitz is a hell of a lot more impactful than any one book that no one really reads. They're not available in elementary schools. You all know it. They're available in high school. There's a policy to put these books behind the shelf where they can be gotten by an 18-year-old or by someone's parents' agreement. Lesbian and gays will end up, there'll be suicides because they don't think they're available in the world. We live in a heterosexual world where everything is driving to heterosexuals. We need to protect the people with the least ability to protect themselves. And everyone knows that I put my money where my mouth is. And someone referenced my name as going against parental choice. I don't want to get parental choice. The only reason the school district got out of that was because of the change in the CDC guidance. I was right on that. I'm going to be right on this. This is not about protecting kids. This is about eliminating gays and lesbians from the library so people don't have to listen to them having sex or wondering what's going on.
All right, so once again, we're at the end of the part where people said yes. So if people want to talk, obviously you can't come up a secondary time. So if you want to talk after each speaker, you can come up. You can create some type of line fashion. Go ahead, sir. Just state your name and where you're from.
Mike Sheridan, a Skippack Township resident. Just a couple things, and I don't have a written presentation, but a couple points I think should be made. We all know what a straw man is, right? Well, I just want to point out a couple straw man attacks here. This is not a straw man attack. This is an attack on gays and lesbians. Straw man. It's easy to say this is an attack on gays and lesbians. It makes the speaker look good, and it makes the person being attacked look bad. That's a straw man. It's unfair. Second straw man, it was mentioned by the president of the teachers union. An attack on one is an attack on all. Questioning the selection of books is an attack on all teachers. Straw man. not true. Nobody is attacking all teachers. And to suggest that is a straw man attack. The third thing, which is not a straw man issue, but I think it has to be said. When somebody is I grew up comforted by the presence of a policeman. I felt secure. I respected the policeman, and I believed that he respected me and was looking out for my welfare. By and large, that is still the case. So to suggest that the presence of a policeman in a school will make the students fearful, I think is unfair. And I just wanted to point that out. But my main point is we're in a cultural divide. We all know it. It's no secret. We don't have any consensus on mores. We don't have any consensus on morals. It's just, unfortunately, a fact. I'm old enough to remember when that was not the case, but we all know it is the case. We refer to that as the culture wars. And the crowd out here and the various comments demonstrate the culture wars that are going on. But what I think is wrong, I think is terribly wrong, is for a teacher, a librarian, or a school administrator to place the weight on the scale in favor of one part of the culture war over another. And that's what happens when a librarian decides to put a particular style or type of book in the library, a book that would be at the center of the culture war, right or wrong. The librarian or the teacher who selects the book
Thank you very much.
should not decide that for us. Thank you.
Good evening. Wade Weston, Collegeville Borough. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have provided comment elsewhere on the events of last week, so those are on record, and I think you know how I feel about that. I want to just take a moment to echo what was said earlier by Mr. Schaefer and Mr. McGill with regard to our teachers and our librarians in this district. I think we need to be a little bit more mindful of what's being said about these members of our community. To say that teachers and librarians don't know their jobs, or that they are indoctrinating or grooming our students, these are vile enough slanders to start with, but when they're directed against teachers in our district, it is just inexcusable. I've known many of the teachers in this district for many years. I've known the librarian here at the high school for more than 10 years. She taught my son in high school. I've known the librarian at South for nearly 25 years. She's taught my son in first and second grade. I am sure that I speak for all of our library staff when I say that their sole concern is the education of the students of this district, and to even suggest that they would work in any way to hurt students is just plain wrong. And I think what's more, I think you know it's wrong. Please stop slandering our teachers. Please stop maligning our librarians. It's wrong and you know it. Stop it.
I'm Jake Lentz, Skip back. And I wasn't at the last meeting, but I did get to watch it a couple of times on YouTube. I also was going to be a school teacher, but after I graduated, 2 weeks after I graduated, I was drafted, and that put an end to that dream. At the last meeting, it was noted that Mr. Saylor was pushing a political agenda concerning the books. I don't believe this is a political agenda. I believe this is not a right or left agenda, but a good versus evil agenda. I've lived in this district for 60 years and never dreamed there would be a debate in our school board whether pornography would be allowed in our schools. It was also pointed out at the same meeting that Mr. Saylor was trying to make an end run, a sneak attack, bypassing the community. My question is, how did these books ever enter the school library in the first place? Were parents and community consulted beforehand? This is where the original end run took place. It was also noted at the last meeting that kids can get anywhere, anytime, and it was no big deal. If that's the case, why are we putting these books in our library? Which might offend some kids and some parents. It was also noted if you hadn't read the entire book, you couldn't grasp the full value of the book. Unfortunately, I've seen some of these pictures in the books, and one picture is worth 1,000 words. You don't have to read one word to understand the true value of these books. I was also planning to be a teacher, but unfortunately I wasn't. When I was a kid, I graduated from Collegeville Trap, and the issue of guns was brought up. When we were kids, we were allowed to bring our guns on the school bus. There was a shooting range in the basement of the school. What's changed? What's changed since those days? I'll tell you what's changed. God and prayer has been taken out of school. That's the big deal. That's what's happened. I think one way to solve this whole issue is, why not we put it on the ballot? Why not have a question? Should pornography be allowed in our schools? Easy way to settle it. In closing, I'd like to read a quote. Whoever welcomes a little child like this in my name welcomes me. But if any one of these causes him to sin, it would be better for him to have a large millstone hung around his neck and be drowned in the sea. Jesus Christ, Matthew 18:5-6. Thank you.
I'm Cece Drury. I am a senior at PV High School. I'm usually not one for public speaking, but I felt I needed to say something. In regards to the book banning, I find it no surprise that the two books on the hot seat, Fun Home and All Boys Aren't Blue, are centered around LGBTQ relationships and identities. Unfortunately, I may be putting a target on my back by saying this, but I am a lesbian. We deserve to have our relationships represented in all sorts of ways. Historically, homosexual people have been demonized and called groomers just for having relationships like straight people. I understand wanting to protect your kids from something you think will traumatize them, but at what point does it end? I'm 18, a legal adult. I can literally vote. I shouldn't be sheltered from sexual content, and personally, I'm not. Sex itself is not inherently bad. It's natural, and maybe your kids wouldn't be so traumatized if we had a better sex education, but that's a conversation for another time. Going back to how you are demonizing these books centered around LGBTQ, as mentioned before, book banning is one of the biggest forms of censorship. LGBTQ relationships and identities don't deserve to be censored. I don't deserve to be censored. Thank you.
Good evening, Robert Liggett, Perkiomen Township. I'm glad I didn't prepare anything because the community did a fantastic job tonight of covering a lot of these issues. Regardless of the side that you were speaking on, I would just want to give my thanks to the community for coming out and airing these things. It's important that there is a discussion on these issues, regardless of which side that we're on. And I just really appreciate that everybody can come out and use their First Amendment rights to speak out. That's important, because that's going to be the only way that we are going to come together here. There's a lot of people going back and forth, making their points that they think are salient. And from my point of view, we're probably not going to change any single person's mind here tonight. We probably know that we're not going to have that winning argument that's going to tip somebody from one side to the other. And that's why we have the processes that we have here in the community to come up with these decisions, to have policy meetings. And that's why I took exception to what happened last week in that, as I described it then, an end around the policy. This discussion tonight, all the book discussion that we've had here tonight, This isn't on the agenda for tonight's meeting. I'm sure everybody realizes that. The only reason that we're talking about this tonight is because somebody went beyond the agenda and brought this up. The policy that we were talking about was actually instituted in March of 2022 under this administration. So it had an opportunity at one point to put in these measures. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be reviewing things. We should be. But we should be doing it in the appropriate forum. Just like for me, this is not the forum for me to debate whether a book is pornographic or not pornographic. This is a board meeting where we're supposed to be doing the business of the district. And what we've managed to do in the last 2 weeks is distract the entire district and the entire board from doing its business like it should. This is not what we should be doing. We have important business to get to. The biggest thing that we should do right now is apologize to Mr. Dean Miller, who's about to put on a presentation about the safety of our students, which we barely are getting to. That was what should be at the top of everybody's agenda tonight. Because even there, we're going to have some disagreements about that. But this is how it works. We had a community meeting. He's going to make a presentation. We're going to have the chance to think about it and to make a good decision. This whole cluster, and I'll stop myself there, is not helpful to the community. And I say my time is up. Thank you.
I felt a little oppressed with that. Russ Larson, Skipback Township. So whether a book is inappropriate for underage audiences is subject to debate, but what is not debatable is whether material is sexually explicit. It's not subjective. It either depicts sexual acts or it doesn't. What you individually would permit your own child to consume is less important than determining what a majority of parents would want their schools to provide to their children. There's a big misconception on book banning, censorship, and First Amendment rights. Some have stated that when board members and parents ask to remove sexually explicit material from school libraries, that is book banning, censorship, and restriction on First Amendment rights. If adults want sexually explicit content, it is their First Amendment right. However, this doesn't obligate schools to make this content accessible to children. The Supreme Court has been clear on this, ruling that sexually explicit material is not protected insofar as it relates to minor children, and that literary works can be removed if they are not educationally suitable. Parents are asking for a nonpartisan process for ensuring only age-appropriate materials are available in schools. Parents are not asking that materials be pulled from Amazon or from local bookstores or even the local public library. Such a ban would violate an author's First Amendment rights. Parents are asking that the government not provide age-inappropriate materials to minor children. A study published in Psychological Science found that the more teens were exposed to sexual content, the earlier they started having sex, and the likelier they were to have casual, unprotected sex. The research also shows a correlation to an increase in high-risk behaviors and other intimacy disorders. Kids' brains are highly impulsive and in development. Okay, so let's talk empirical data. Research on voter sentiments on this topic is quite limited, I found. A 2022 study published by Rasmussen found that voters overwhelmingly oppose sexually explicit books in public schools. 70% of voters believe books containing explicit sexual depictions of sex acts should not be present in high school libraries. This percentage rises to 80% for middle schools. About 80% of voters are concerned that school-age children are being exposed to sexual material that is not age-appropriate. Let's ensure materials are age-appropriate according to a majority of parents. The discourse on this topic is partisan, I agree. Too partisan. One side is accused of bigotry and censorship and the other of sexualizing minors. These accusations are not helpful at all. Where's the discussion about the quality of education our children are receiving, especially in the context of our recent data showing our students are trailing several of our neighboring districts? Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? Going once, going. Oh.
Good evening. Stephanie Ott, Perkiomen Township. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. God's holy word, timeless and true. We must take heed because this truly is a spiritual battle for the hearts and minds of our children. The sexually explicit images within the pages of some of these books here in this library are disgusting and completely evil. Let's call it for what it truly is, inappropriate for a school library. If a family decides they want this material for their family, then they can do so within the walls of their own home. I stand in support of updating the book policy. This pornography has absolutely no place here. For some of you, take the blinders off, and for others, stop looking the other way, pretending it does not exist. For those who revel in this evil, shame on you. I applaud those of you who are in courage, standing for the truth, and trying to protect the next generation of young formative minds. I ask you, what side are you on?
Are there any other discussions? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Lisa McGill, Perk Township. I'm here tonight as a resident and a concerned member of this community, and no, I don't have children in the district. I am, however, fully aware of my rights to know exactly what is happening behind this building's walls and what mine and my husband's school taxes are funding. I feel that everyone is entitled to an opinion, and I would hope that some members of this community would learn to respect that. I don't expect everyone to agree with me, but I do expect human decency. As a community member, I feel strongly that we need to come together to protect and preserve the innocence of children. As a taxpayer, I don't expect that my tax dollars should be funding anything other than a core curriculum, courses that stick to the basics. I listened closely to last week's school board meeting. I was deeply disturbed that grown adults couldn't agree that sexually explicit material does not in any way belong in this or any library, school library. I heard you all agreeing that these books do in fact contain sexually explicit pictures and storylines, stories and scenarios that common-sensed adults would classify as pornographic. While I appreciate the school board policy and procedure, I was very frustrated that policy, procedure, and protocol was being pushed rather than keeping kids safe and keeping sex novels out of the hands of minors. I heard one of you clearly state that these books should exist so children can read them and then ask questions. Ask questions to whom? To teachers? First of all, the last I checked, it is illegal in Pennsylvania for a grown adult to look over and discuss sexually explicit picture books with minors. And I'm pretty sure those same rules apply to public school teachers and their library books. Second, teachers are not necessarily licensed psychologists or trained therapists. That is not their job. They are paid educators trained to teach they are paid educators trained to teach basic core subjects. As far as sex ed is concerned, the only thing that needs to be taught by public school teachers is the anatomy and physiology of a human reproductive system. That's it. Sexuality and lifestyle choices are of no business to anyone inside of a school. To be clear, I'm not in favor of banning any books. Ultimately, I came here tonight to speak out in support of the members on this board who are in favor of removing any and all sexually explicit and or pornographic material from the school library. I'm praying that you can all work together to resolve this matter sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Are there any other discussions? Are there any other discussions? Yeah, Todd. Oh, go ahead. You sure? And then you'll go next.
Hi, my name is Georgia Lalads. I'm from Schwanksville, and a lot of the things I had prepared have already been hashed over, so this is something just quick because I've heard a lot of Bible verses thrown out, and so I wanted to say another Bible verse. It says, "Then went Samson to Gaza and saw there a harlot and went unto her." Bible's Judges 16:1. And if I just took this quote out of context, I wouldn't be getting the whole picture, and I think we can all agree this is a sexual quote. So I think if we talk about books and pull out these sexual parts and don't really understand the whole meaning and the purpose behind them, I think we're losing a lot of important stories. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Todd McKinney, Collegeville. I'm going to be short and sweet. First of all, I would just like to say that lots of conversations here, lots of different viewpoints, people talking about morals, values. They're different for all of us. We cannot fit it in one box, and we cannot make it everything for everyone. But the thing about it is, as a board, as a school district, as a community, we need to come back to the unity in community. Because right now we are divided, we're pushing agendas, we're playing partisan politics. The thing that I would ask is, you show a little empathy. Try to walk a mile in someone else's shoes. We don't know what the gay or trans or black student goes through in this district if you do not come from that lens. I ask that you take a look at that, because the purpose of this district is to educate every child, not just the children we believe come from our own faith background or our political view, but every child. And we have to do that. We need to go the extra mile. It can't be on them. One of the things I'm impressed by tonight, Mr. Schaefer walked out, but I've known his family for years. Out of the mouths of babes, they have said the most poignant and thoughtful and considerate things tonight, unlike the adults in this room. And that is sorry and shameful that we are not better than the children that we're trying to educate. They're educating us. And if anything, that is an attestament to the education in Perkiomen Valley. So the thing that I would ask is that you not vilify our teachers or our administration, and not even the board members. Because there is a teacher here, and I will call him out, Matt Lizak. He is a neighbor and a friend. I have two children, one who's a senior and one who's already graduated. Over the years, he has shown nothing but kindness, consideration, compassion for my kids. And not because it was his job, because that's the kind of human being he is as a teacher. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Good evening. I was not planning on speaking tonight. Melissa Overholser, skip back, and a teacher in this district. And all I want to say tonight is to the students that have come tonight and that have stood up and spoke, I am beyond proud of you, no matter what side you stand on. That is a testament to our teachers and our PV community, and that we are Viking strong because you were strong enough to use your voice to speak for whatever was important to you. So well done. Kudos to the parents and the teachers who have helped the students find their voices to speak in this type of public environment. So thank you.
Miguel Cortez, Perkiomen Township. So first I want to start kind of echoing the sentiments we just heard. I want to say for the LGBT community, know that although you may not hear it, although the community may not be as loud as you like to hear, maybe you don't feel as loved, as supported as you do in your schools, know the majority of you, and even those on both sides political spectrum, do love, support, and see you. And I think they generally want to do right by you, even though you don't hear it. So I just want to say in this forum that we do hear you, and thank you to those students that came out and spoke. Second, on the police presence. So I sat in that meeting. As it happens, that Springford district actually worked very closely as a volunteer in a local religious community, serving on the security team. I'm not a cop, it was just a volunteer, but I work alongside this man who is on this school district. And I know he's a man of character. He's a man who deeply cares about the children. The things like we heard from police officer that spoke are really true. And I think it's embedded in the spirit. So, when I heard how they hire these officers, I believe it to be true. Conversely, I also hear the opposition on the other side to that. And I think there needs to be a balance. I think let's not forget, right, the response that we don't have a local police force. I hear the concerns, but I support a balanced solution to help get us there. I think we need the safety, but we also got to take into account our students' mental health and needs. As far as the board meeting, circumventing the process, I will simply say, enough's been said, but please follow the process. If we're going to be fair and balanced, there's a process in place. This does not win us friends or support. Let's follow the process. Now on to some other business. I stood here last year calling out the inadequate lunches. My son, who has to 8th grade, has to buy 2 lunches a day because, take chicken nuggets for example, the same 4 nuggets he got in elementary, he's getting in 8th grade, right? So he is starving, and let's talk about, focus and some real quick wins here that possibly do. Please acknowledge, and I would appreciate a response to that. I never got a response back last year on that. Also, real quickly, we have bigger problems here too. In the high school, we have drug problems, we have fighting, we have, talks of suicide, mental health. There's a lot of things. Let's get back to that business, please. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Hi, good evening. Pam DeStefano, Perkiomen Township. I didn't intend to speak tonight, but I also would like to commend the students who got up here to speak tonight, because public speaking, especially to a room filled with people on a microphone, is not an easy thing to do. So well done. But I do want to address something that seems to be heading in a very divisive direction, and that is the implication that the people who are supporting book reviews are opposing the LGBTQ community, and that is simply not the case. As far as sexually explicit books in the school library, it would not make a difference if it were sex between homosexuals or heterosexuals. The point being, sexually explicit material does not belong in a school library that is accessible to all the students, especially at ages as young as 13 and 14. We're just asking for age-appropriate material and for some transparency. I think I've come up here before and I've discussed transparency with the board, specifically about a video that was shown during homeroom, announcements. I don't know of a book ban list. I have not seen this list. I don't believe there's anyone who is looking to ban books. As someone said earlier, we're not saying these books shouldn't be published or shouldn't be read or shouldn't be in public libraries, but not in a school library. It's just not appropriate. It's not educational. These are not sex education books that we're discussing. These are books that are for entertainment with sexually explicit content. There's a big difference. I would like to thank Mr. Saylor for bringing this to everyone's attention and for trying to do good by our students. I hope that this doesn't turn into just more division and more divisiveness, because the way things are heading and the discussions that I've heard up here, it seems to now be giving the impression that this is being turned into something that is opposing the LGBT community, and that couldn't be further from the truth. It is a matter of keeping age-appropriate material in the school. That's all it is. Thanks.
Are there any other discussions?
Hello, I'm Donna Rudolph from Lower Frederick. So I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but my daughter's home watching, and she's texting me, so I just wanted to read what she wrote to me. She wrote, "Why does only my school in the middle of cornfields have police there every day? I mean, it makes me feel extremely safe, but why only mine and why West? It's in the middle of nowhere. Why not the high school?" That's my 14-year-old. So I just wanted to share that. And also that, sorry, I'm Italian and I work with geriatrics, so, well. I wanted to say last week when Mr. Saylor brought up the motion to have the book discussion brought to the agenda for tonight, I know a lot of people thought that it was made to look like it was against policy and he was breaking all these policy rules, but I wanted to point out that the bus safety issue was also really important and was able to be brought up, and the policy was updated. So I know that fast tracking an important issue can happen and did that night. So I'm not sure why there was so much confusion over something not going through the traditional slow track policy committee way of doing things. So I just wanted to point that out. And thank you, Mr. Saylor, for doing that, and all the school board members who supported that and voted for it. And I would like to see if there is a way to fast track that. I would support that. So thank you.
Are there any other discussions? Scan the room. And seeing no other discussions, sorry. Almost, Mr. Miller.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for this time. Rachel. Sure, Rachel Hartnett Brubaker, and we live in Skippack. My son attends private school, and we appreciate the bus service that we get from PV. Has been very good and very responsive. I tell my son every day, especially days he doesn't want to go to school, your job, you look at your neighbors all down the street. These people paid for you to go to school. So get on the bus, get going. You don't feel like it. It's your responsibility to get there. I expect the same of all the kids in the district. You get up and you get going and you learn. Your job is to come to school and make good use of the time and the money that is being poured out by our community so that we can continue to have a good, healthy community. That's what I expect as a taxpayer. I am not interested in anyone's sexuality. I don't want to know. I don't share my sexuality. I want kids to come to school and focus on what they need to learn. That is important. I have a master's degree in adult and organizational development. And sitting here, all of you I'm sure know, this is about ideologies. And I feel like it's a little bit of a, and I don't want to say this because I have not been involved enough to make, I don't want to make a judgment, but there's a little bit, I feel like, of a failure in leadership around this issue. This is not what school is about. School isn't for entertainment. Sure, books are for entertainment, and there's a fine line, but I just have a strong belief that if kids are coming out of school, this is what we're talking about. We're not focusing on what is the most important thing. We're all going to work out our own sexuality. That is a freedom that we have. We do not need anyone to help us with that except our parents, our family, qualified people. So there has to be a solution. I don't want to share what I believe about my own personal thing, why my son goes to private school, but I feel very strongly that the direction and redirecting towards those topics of what the teachers have unending education around, that's what we need to be focused on. And spending our time on that so that we can avoid all this conflict. And, we share so much in common. So that's what I expect as a taxpayer, not to hear us arguing about books and things brought in that are now questionable, because you can get them anywhere. Kids can get them if they want them, and their parents can get them. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good night.
Are there any other discussions?
Hi, Noelle Scheuerman. I'm from Collegeville. I know you're all probably done and you want to move on, but with the books, it doesn't sit right with me that so many of these books that have been challenged here they contain LGBTQ plus themes, or they're written by LGBTQ plus authors. I am a queer student, and I know that representation, it matters. And these books, they're important to a lot of us. And I'd like to make it clear that none of us are confused or sexualized by these books. These books give us a better understanding of queer history, of experiences of others like us. And teenagehood is when teens struggle with identity, and it is really hard to do so when you feel so alienated at school. We have so little, and schools are already a hostile place for queer students, so don't take what little representation we have. And to the points of parents, I am lucky enough to be raised in a family where being queer is nothing new. My parents love me, no matter who I like, no matter what gender I identify as. But that is unfortunately not the case for a lot of kids. And a lot of kids are not able, if they are closeted and their family does not accept them, they are not able to get to LGBTQ books and other representation. So in taking them out of the library, just please don't take away what we have, because we do exist, and libraries are supposed to represent the people of the area. And yeah.
Thank you very much. Are there any other discussions? Yes.
Hello. Carl Scheuerman, Perkiomen Township. What parent could possibly let their kid have the last word on something? I'm not an activist parent. I don't show up for these kind of things. I'm like your average parent in this township. I'm super proud of Perkiomen Township. I'm very proud of the education my children have received here. It's been amazing. That being said, I'm picking up on a current of fear in this room here. People are scared. It's prompting the security discussions we're going to have later. It's talking about cultural divides going on right now. And I don't know. I was raised to appreciate freedom. I was raised to appreciate tolerance. And right now, both of those are kind of on the docket at different levels here. In education, it should be uncomfortable, because without tension, you're not going to have growth. I'm going to leave that at that, because we've got an agenda to get to. About the security issues, again, this is on me. I've not been at the previous meetings. We're looking at investing a significant sum on building security. Have we contemplated the efficacy of putting that same sum, or almost the same sum, towards root cause of why we have a security risk? Let's face it, a lot of school shootings, they're not external actors, they're internal actors. What are we doing to support our kids' mental health? You know, I can say that the counselors in this district are excellent. They're top notch, they're super supportive. That being said, like everything else, they're probably resource starved. So before we go throwing a lot of money at a police force, not a bad idea. I've got some friends who are RSOs. They're pretty stand-up individuals. There's a family who are chiefs of police up in New York. Stand-up individuals. That being said, might not be the best use of scarce resource,
scarce school district funds. So I'd like other options investigated and decided on. Thank you.
Are there any other discussions? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to reports and presentations. Are you good with time, Matt?
Yeah, I just got one quick thing. Since you're all here, I expect you all to be here. Tomorrow night, the Perk Valley girls basketball team plays Archbishop Carroll at Plymouth White Marsh High School at 5:30. It's the second round of state playoffs. Since you won't see me till the next time, the schedule, if they win tomorrow, looks like March 17th, which is Friday, then March 20th, and then a state championship on March 24th. So this information is public. If they make it out of the second round against Archbishop Carroll. Who do they play? Archbishop Carroll.
No, if they win.
Oh, if they win, they're either playing Springfield or Abington. Thank you, Mr. Doris. So there you go. Come support our girls team. They're doing phenomenal. Thank you.
Safety and security?
Well, I'll get started. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Miller, Mr. Weaver, and I would like to share a little bit more extensively than what we shared during the community conversation. We were prompted to think about some things as a result of some of the questions that were posed to us last week. So in this conversation this evening, we would like to again speak to you about adding or incorporating school police officers onto our security team. And as I mentioned, we were prompted to think about some things, and again this evening, and have attempted to incorporate some of those ideas into this evening's presentation. So Mr. Miller is our safety supervisor for the district, and he has a lot of previous experience and current experience as a first responder. He oversees a security team currently that consists of some PVSD employees that serve in a security role capacity, as well as some contracted security. These individuals are unarmed, and they are not trained police officers. They are security personnel and really provide some oversight into the happenings in our district, the individuals that come and go into our doors. So this evening, we'd like to talk to you about what really contributes to or constitutes a safe and supportive school environment. And we'll talk about some of what was referenced tonight, that balance between the resources we dedicate, our thoughts about social, emotional, and mental health and wellness, as well as facility safety. Who are school security personnel? There are some different types of school security personnel. Mr. Miller will review that for us. What does some of the research and literature tell us? What does it share about not only some of the data, but some of what people experience as well as what they think? We'll talk to you a little bit about that. And then what would we as a district consider? What's the how of incorporating school police officers? What are we thinking about as we contemplate taking that step forward? And what actual arrangement would serve Perkiomen Valley? So again, this is where we took some feedback from last week's conversation and really tried to think thoughtfully about what might work the best for the school district. And then there are some grant opportunities that are called out. We've mentioned these very briefly in the past. We have more to learn when it comes to grant opportunities. Some of them don't come into play. You're not eligible until you have school resource or school police officers in place. So Mr. Miller can talk to you a little bit more about that. But to begin, I want to go back to our shared beliefs and again, focus on safe and supportive schools and partnerships. We'll sort of connect to those ideas and those beliefs as we talk about some of what's being presented this evening. So this is a new graphic, this is a new visual. As we think back to last week, if you participated with us last week, or if you watched it on YouTube, or maybe you viewed it since then, there was a lot of conversation about what really contributes to, what creates a safe and supportive school environment. And we know that there are really two overarching categories of resources and thought processes that we need to think about when we consider safe and supportive schools for our students. On one side, We have the social, emotional, and mental health and wellness that we must always be in tune with, and the resources we know that support our students doing the best that they can in these areas so that they can access their learning. On the other side, we think a lot about facility safety, and the conversations are really ongoing. We're constantly thinking about what else we can do. This year we introduced an exterior door audit. We're thinking about moving next to interior classroom doors, constantly thinking about what we can do to make our schools as facility safe as possible, in addition to that other side of this Venn diagram. Incorporate those resources that we know support our students in those areas. At the core, our supportive schools, those safe and supportive schools that we as a community have as a shared belief, and we know that relationships really contribute to those. And in our district, I think our staff, our community members, they're known for the relationships that they build with our students and the efforts they make to really connect with students, to understand them, and to get them what they need to be successful. So there was one quote from one of the resources that I just want to call out at the beginning from the Secret Service, and really a multidisciplinary threat assessment team, which we have, a threat assessment team, because the state has mandated that just recently, within the past 2 years or so. And is that right? 2 years? Thank you. All school districts in Pennsylvania were obligated to develop a threat assessment team because it's considered a quality practice, a best practice as you think about the safety and the security of the individuals within our setting. But it's multidisciplinary in that it's not just about physical safety, but it's also about those tangible steps we can take to support our students socially, emotionally, and with their mental health and wellness. And we believe in Perkiomen Valley, we've taken great steps forward to do that. And we're attempting to illustrate to you this evening the balance that we believe we've created or will continue to maintain moving forward as we think about safe and secure supportive school environments. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Miller, and he'll talk to you a little bit about the different types of school security personnel.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. Good evening to you all. Thank you for your comments earlier. We certainly appreciate your feedback. The interaction we had last week was very valuable to us, and we look forward to moving that along as we have these discussions moving forward. One of the things that the state has defined is these 3 levels of school police or school resource personnel that you see itemized here on the slide. So a school security officer, for all intents and purposes, is what you see in our school today. A security person who has been trained to the statewide standard that can assist here in school with a number of issues. Those personnel are provided to us and have been provided to us by a contracted vendor for the last number of years. And just last year and into this school year, we had discussions and agreed to bring on our own personnel as security personnel due to a number of issues. One of those was the staffing issue and requirements that the state has now put upon us and all the districts in Pennsylvania about that training, the minimum standard training for these school security personnel and what that looks like. And our vendor had some trouble meeting that requirement. So that started one of our conversations about what can we do to improve what we're doing. So by bringing on our own personnel, which we did this year, 8 personnel, we have attained that. So all of our personnel are trained to that minimum standard and have been going through other training as well to get acclimated with the school environment, with school processes, with many of the programs that you saw on that most recent slide that we shared about what's going on in our schools. The next level that I want to talk about real quick is a school resource officer. What a school resource officer is a municipal official already employed by a law enforcement agency of some sort that comes in on an as-needed basis to our district, usually by agreement, by what's called a memorandum of understanding. And those personnel serve in the capacity that is worked out between the 2 agencies. So, for instance, some departments in Montgomery County work with their respective school districts and they offer an officer for, let's say, 20 hours a week. Others provide that officer full-time during the school term, and then the municipal department takes on that officer for the summer months. We could do a blend of that. However, you'll see here in a few minutes about how we work with our local municipal police. That's not quite possible for us. And then the last is a school police officer, which any of you who attended last week or are familiar with the Springford model or the Souderton model, they have school police officers. So they are vetted, employed directly by the school districts where they work. They are specifically selected for that role. So I wanted you to understand that if this moves forward, this is not simply saying to our school security officers, we're going to make you school police. That's not how this is going to work at all. These personnel will be selected very specifically and hopefully with input from the entire community. Those of you who have information that want to share, that want to be involved, I encourage you to bring that forward to us, because we want to know, if we go this way, what you want this to look like. That's important to us. This is not my idea for all of Perkiomen Valley. It's not Dr. Russell's idea or Mr. Weaver's idea. It's our idea. So that's where the difference lies. The school resource officer that comes from a municipal department is the guy that might write you a ticket out here on 29 or answer the call when your neighbor's dog is barking at 2 a.m. But that might not be the person that we want as a school police officer for a variety of reasons. So that's where they differ. You can go ahead and advance that, Dr. Russell. So again, this just kind of spells out where school security is. Just an example here of some of the things they can do: help with disruptive students, coordinate with law enforcement. And you'll see that a number of these things on all three of the slides are very similar, because the jobs in a sense are very much alike. The school police officer and the school resource officer, though, have the ability, should they need to act in a law enforcement capacity, to do so. That is not the focus and goal of having them here. That is not where we want them to be all the time. And there have been some studies that have said that numbers have increased because because police are on school property. And that may be because they've taken that officer who writes traffic tickets 9 months out of the year and said, hey, the school'd like you to stop by the school 3 times a week and visit. And they come to school and they see a violation and they're in tune to act on that. Where we, if we go down the road of having school police officers, and as Chief Boyer and Lieutenant Phillips explained to us last week, would take someone and ingrain in them, your focus is the student and the well-being of the school. And if it becomes an issue that becomes a legal matter, we can address it in-house as opposed to calling the state police or Lower Frederick or Collegeville or whoever might be involved. So there is a little bit of a difference there. There's some nuances that need to be worked out. And again, I can't emphasize this enough, is we want the right person if we go this way. Much like we want the right counselor fitted with the right students, if we go with school police, we want the right people to represent our community and not simply someone who's looking for a job in law enforcement that may have not made a fit somewhere else, which to me would be a red flag. If they don't fit somewhere else, what makes you think they're going to fit in a school? So school security officer, right now we have 9. We have those personnel in during the school day when children are in school at our most active times. We also contract security, and that part of the contract calls for 7 personnel at various times during the day and the evening. Now you'll notice that on this graphic it says when filled. We're having a very difficult time with contracted vendors, not just the one we're using, but across the board, and I've spoken to nearly all of our partner districts in the county. We're all having the same problem, is these contracted personnel that are not direct employees are not consistently here. And any of you that are parents in the district and have been ingrained with a particular person, whether it was Big Mike here at the high school or whether it was John at Middle School East, you become familiar with those people. Well, we can lose those people too. The contracted personnel that we have may be assigned somewhere else on a given day and not come back, and we've had that happen. So that was another piece of why we said, let's look at going forward with our own personnel. So we chose 8 this year, and we were talking about doing another 8 next year to cover both the regular shifts during the school day and then those activities that happen at night. So if we have another championship team that's playing late, we can assign our own people there. Or if we have activities going on with any kind of our programs that we have in the district, we can have people here that we know, that we recognize, faces and people that we are familiar with and that we trust. And I'm not saying that these people in the contracted business aren't trustworthy, but what I'm saying is I don't know who's coming in and when they're coming in and are they that right fit we're looking for. So the next 8 is where this discussion began about what else could we do to maybe improve our footprint as Perk Valley School District. So we started looking around at what other people had. So this particular graphic talks about a school police officer. This is a picture of Lieutenant Phillips. She was with us last week. She's with Springford School District. She's also a national trainer for their safety program that they use over in Springford. It's called Alice. So she's very well rounded in what goes on and a valuable asset to us. And she is, and I think the board here that has seen it, any of you that have seen her, she is 110% committed. And that's the kind of person we're looking for. Who wants to be in this role for the right reasons? That's what we're looking for. A school police officer that can engage our students in a positive way, regardless of who they are, regardless of their background, regardless of what they stand for or represent, but can embrace them here in the school like we would want to be embraced ourselves when we're meeting someone new. I don't want it to be someone who puts off a bad vibe, if you will, from the moment you look at them. And we've all seen those people and we all know who they are. And that's what we're trying to avoid. We want to have people that are ingrained in our district. So a school police officer can accommodate that for us, as well as have some other benefits to the program. I'll go ahead to the next piece here. The school resource officer, as I mentioned, is a commissioned officer that's employed by an outside agency. And we would certainly be able to do that. In fact, one of my first conversations when I came back to the district and met with Dr. Russell was to meet with one of our local departments. And one of the first things we realized was they're not large enough to accommodate that agreement. So while we'd like to use school resource officers from our local departments, that's just not a possibility for us. The Pennsylvania State Police cannot do it. They're responsible not only here in Perk Valley, but the whole district and then the whole state. And they just don't have the resources and the personnel to do it statewide. So if they would do it for one, obviously they would have to do it for another. And both Lower Frederick and Collegeville police departments are just not of the size to accommodate that. So again, we looked around at what was out there. We looked at Springford as a very good model. And so far what we see, we like. And we think it's something worthwhile to present to all of you to consider. Is this something you would like to do? Is this a viable option for us? And will it bring value to the district as well as belonging to our students and to our families? So we're going to talk about it. And again, I'd like to hear your feedback when we're done about some of the things we're talking about. Dr. Russell, you can advance that. So the model that comes out most predominantly is from NASRO, the National Association of School Resource Officers. This is the model that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania chose when they enacted the law for that minimum training I mentioned. And in order to be a trainer, you have to follow either the NASRO guidelines or you have to develop your own. So there are 2 vendors in this area that now do that. And we have used them exclusively with our personnel. And they focus on not just being a law enforcement officer, but also being an educator and also being a counselor or a mentor. And I don't mean that this person in this role is going to step up and be the primary counselor for your student. They're not going to be assigned to a house principal. They're not going to be seeing students on a regular basis to work through details. But I want them to be familiar with the process of what counseling is and what a mentor looks like to a student so they know who to make that proper referral to. And that may happen a lot in the district, but if we're going to bring somebody in this new role, we want them to be embraced by our student body. We don't want them to be looked at by the family that we have here in Perkiomen Valley and say, you're just not one of us. We want that to be a part of it. And this model provides that. Go ahead. There were some questions last week about job descriptions. We currently don't have a job description for a school police officer because, quite frankly, we're not employing them yet. But what we did do is get some job descriptions from the Springford School District and also sharing here with you in this presentation what the job description looks like for our school security officers. And this whole presentation, by the way, is available to you. You'll be able to go through it. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it, but it is all here. we're trying to provide you with an understanding of what we're looking at, what these differences are. You can see here, as far as the qualifications go, the difference between a school security officer and either a school police or a school resource officer would be more education on the side of the officer, more familiarity with weapons, more familiarity with a number of training pieces that you would expect from a traditional police officer. Although on our end, we would focus on that mentoring, counseling, and the mental health piece. And I've spent a lot of time looking at some of the resources that are available for us, should we go this way, with regards to mental health training. And it is invaluable. Chief Boyer spoke last week about the number of hours that they spend, whether they're role modeling with things in-house or whether they're taking traditional training outside of the school district. It's a large piece of what they are doing. And there is, again, traditional training that they're required to keep with, you'll see the reference up there to MOPEC, that's the Municipal Police Officers Training Commission. It's governed by the Pennsylvania State Police, and it requires officers to be up to date on a number of issues, from search and seizure to how to conduct a proper investigation and things along a law enforcement track, much more so than a track, let's say, that would focus on education. But the valuable piece here that we see and that I have recommended to the board is that that protection factor will only come from a law enforcement officer that can act in that capacity if, God forbid, that kind of incident comes to Perkiomen Valley. And there will be a graphic here in a few minutes just to show you, as an example, what departments in Montgomery County are using that and what departments are considering it. What districts are considering it and which ones currently don't have it. But we are pretty much surrounded by districts and schools that are already using some form of this model with either a school police officer or a school resource officer or both. So some of the roles and responsibility of school police officers, again, very similar to what a school security officer could do. The first one there I think is very important about being a welcomer is I want someone, if I'm going to supervise this group, I want them to be including the people that are coming through our doors. I want it to be a welcoming place. And our friends at Springford talk about how every day they're greeting kids, they're at the doors, they're making friends, they're making contacts. I can tell you that the school security officers we currently employ, and if any of you have kids in any of our elementary schools, that seems to be where the biggest impact is. One of the quotes that Chief Boyer uses is that he can engage a kid for 15 minutes a day just by telling him what's in every pocket and what's in every bag and what's in every little thing he does. But that engages that student on a level that they're at, not the level that the officer is at. And that's important. That's important for us to have that connection. And I spent a good number of my years as a DARE officer with my former law enforcement agency. And that was one of the things that we aren't actually taught that, but you got to talk to the kids on their level and bring it down to them. So whatever level that might be, that's that fit I'm talking about, is when we bring people in here, we want to have them prepared to be in that elementary or middle school or high school relationship so that they can be that welcoming person. Many of these others that are listed here obviously are things that you would expect from a trusted advisor, a trusted teacher, or a mentor. But some of the things that they can bring as well are things like that situational awareness, helping teachers with that training piece. I get a lot of questions from teachers throughout the year when we do our drills and things of that nature, like what can we do to make it better? And the questions about, well, what if? And these officers can be in a role to assist with explaining that, making them understand that, making them being more aware of their surroundings and things that are going on around them from a safety perspective. And quite frankly, I could use that. I'm one guy in a relatively large district, and a lot of things come at us. Mr. Weaver and I and Mr. Fabrizio spend a bit of time talking about safety initiatives and how to ingrain these in the day. And I know that none of our teachers and none of our staff have enough hours in the day. And the last thing I want to do is make it harder for them to help us with these safety initiatives that we're using. So another valuable resource for us would be them coming on board to help us with that. Again, just a note down here at the bottom about the opportunities to establish SROs with our local law enforcement. 6 out of 7 of the schools in the district are served by the state police. And while we see them, and we certainly call on them when we need them, they'll be the first to tell you that they don't know how much time they can truly spend here. And they'll also be the first to tell you that sometimes they're not going to be anywhere close when we need them. And that's hard for them to take because they're parents in our district. They live here. They work here. But it's just something they can't afford to us. So again, that conversation comes up. What can we do to make this a bit better? And this is one of those solutions that we as a district have to consider. The school that we have at Middle School West, our conversations with Laura Frederick are great. For those of you that live in Laura Frederick, this is probably no surprise to you. That's a part-time police department. They don't serve late in the evening. They don't serve weekends. They have a very limited opportunity to engage with us. And then the Collegeville Police, again, we do work with them, but none of our facilities are there. But certainly many of our students and families live there. So we want to maintain that relationship with them. But again, they can't offer that level of service.
Let me just shift. I just wanted to validate some of the information that was shared last week in the community conversation that comes from the research or the literature, that there isn't a lot of hard and fast data that necessarily indicates students are safer with school police on site. There are some recommendations, there are some observations, there are some data that we'll look at, but what really is recommended is, again, that threat assessment team approach that's multidisciplinary in nature, where you strike the balance between those resources we know support social, emotional, and mental health of our students, along with the facility safety, the safety of the individuals within our school communities. So I wanted to recognize some of the research that was called out last week, and then also some additional resources that we pulled. And this will be posted, so individuals, please feel free. We want to know, we want everyone to know right out of the gate that administration recognizes where the literature indicates police have gravitated towards students of color in some of their focus. So that's something we're aware of. I've called it out in one of these research articles. So I've described this as an approach where we're going in with a greater awareness. We don't want that to happen. This is an example from one of the United States Secret Service publications, if you will. And again, they're looking at that balanced approach, the threat assessment approach, where you strike the balance between the sorts of resources that not only support students socially, emotionally, and with their mental health, but also that facility safety. In this particular article, so I've given you just a snippet from some different ones, it does reference that school resource officers, these would be qualified or trained police officers, play an important role in school violence prevention. So again, you'll see this in some of the literature, that they are believed to support what happens, the responses that occur, the reactions, and the safety that results. It can be difficult sometimes to measure preventative factors, if you will. However, in some of the data that they're providing, this is a bulleted point that they presented, that emerged from their work. This is an interesting set of data that resonated for us, and I wanted to be sure that we shared. So in 2020-21, there were a total of 93 school shootings. It's the highest number since 2000. And in this particular article, it mentioned there were 43 school shootings that did result in at least one death, 50 where there were injuries. What was interesting as we read on and learned a little bit more about the data that were collected is that 59 of the locations where some of these shootings occurred were elementary schools, and 57 were high schools. So I just want to pause for a second at this point, because for me, we have discussed how many school police officers would we recommend as an administrative team, and where would they serve? And I keep referring, we've looked at Souderton's model, and we've looked at Springford's, where Springford has 7 police officers. They have 11 buildings. They have 7 police officers that patrol their district. They serve the district. Souderton has 3, 1 at the high school and 1 at each middle school, and then those middle school individuals serve the 3 elementaries that feed them. They roam. They spend some time there. Feedback from some of our staff has recommended to me, if we're going to do it, we should do it right, and it should be all 7 buildings. So this data point was an interesting one and contributed to our thinking around what we might consider as we move through the slides and present to you some updated options and recommendations.
Dr. Russell, if I could, just for a point of clarification with this data and some others that come from this report. So I used a lot of this data in my role as a countywide safety supervisor for schools. This focuses on the entire school day, not just the educational day, but that 24-hour block. So one full day of activity. So you may see spikes in numbers here that could have been a domestic situation that started at a home across the street, but a shooting occurred on the school grounds when someone fled or something along that line. So I just want you to understand that. That's not to negate that any of these are not any less important, but there is data in here that reflects anything on the school grounds. And some of the data that Dr. Russell and I have looked at is not as conclusive as we would like it to be, because there's no standard format currently nationwide for recording some of these incidents. So we're trying to give you as much as we can find with regards to these incidents. And then if you could take a look at them and you can see for yourselves exactly what kind of situations we're talking about. But there is a rise in these regardless, but I just want you to understand that some of these may have happened outside of the actual school day.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. This is another article, Enhancing School Safety, where again, including school resource officers or law enforcement, working closely with law enforcement could be a benefit to the team. And then this particular visual, again, emphasizes that dual consideration, if you will, mental health resources, social, emotional, and mental health and wellness resources, along with that threat assessment team that thinks about the physical security of the school settings. And we have references for each of these, so certainly you can take a look. We really tried to consider some of what was presented last week, and I want to be very open about it. The data are not necessarily as concrete as some of the other data that we look at and consider. But there are some themes and philosophies and recommendations that emerge from what's been presented.
Dr. Russell, could you go back to that for 1 second? So this physical security and threat assessment that they're talking about here of our facilities has been done. We have had 2 separate ones done in the last 5 years. One was done by our county partners, the other done by a private firm, which takes these and looks at them from a 30,000 foot view, if you would, and provides information as well as studying. In 2013, Mr. Weaver? So 2013, we kind of had a quiet survey, if you would, where we didn't necessarily announce it to check some of our processes, and we plan on doing that again. Things like who gets in the building, why they get in the building, can we track down information in our buildings, things of that nature. But just want you to remember that this approach to protection, as mentioned here, these alone are not necessarily the most effective ways. They can make references to things we can do to protect ourselves as a school. Many of these pieces here, especially on the facility side that you see in this graphic, are important, but it's a combined approach. And again, this offering of possibly going this way is another layer to that approach.
So the other just piece of information, if we look at some of the school districts around us, Souderton, Methacton, Springford, Wissahickon have school resource officers or school police officers as part of their school security teams. This is a public site on the Pennsylvania Department of Education's website, and it's the Safe Schools Report. And all I did was just pull some comparative data. You can actually compare schools to one another and the number of incidents for different infractions. So I just pulled a couple to give you a sense. You can take a look at this. In some cases, those individuals, those school districts with armed individuals or those school resource officers or school police officers have fewer incidents than what we're experiencing. In others, they have a few more or they're the same. But it gives you a sense of some comparative data to school districts that we're thinking about because they already have these resources in place. So just for your reference, and I've given you the link here, you can also access and consider some different searches, if you will. Sure, yeah. So this one was for disorderly conduct, for example. And the first column gives us the total incidents that are reported to the state. So regardless of which infraction I look at, if I go back to these pages, I looked at vaping over here. I need my glasses. And weapons. Thank you. And you'll see that we reported as a school district on our most recent Safe Schools report 211 incidents. We had 4 weapons offenses last year, and they were discussed actually in our data presentation as well. You can see how we compare to some other school districts with some of these infractions. Here, we pulled bullying and we pulled fighting. Again, just some of the examples of the more common types of infractions that our students might be cited with. So as we consider this step forward, should the board agree to do this, I think there are some overarching categories we also need to consider. Number one would be our policies and administrative regulations. Right now, our policies don't speak to school police officers or school resource officers. We have to think about the training and professional development, not only that we would expect of individuals that would be employed in these positions, but also what's expected under Act 55 and Act 44 state requirements. We have to consider accountability. So what we set up in our policies, what we want to avoid happening, what we want to be aware of, how we want these individuals to serve our school communities is part of the accountability piece. And then lastly, we're always reviewing what we do. We're reviewing the processes that we move through and analyzing for improvements. So there are some example policies here from other districts, either 705.1 or 805.2 speak to school police officers, or school security personnel that include school resource officers or school police officers. These are some example policies that we would look to. Should we take this step forward, we need to update our policies and the administrative regs that go along. I pulled an excerpt from Methacton's as well as Souderton's just for a deeper dive into some of the language that exists there. As we think about training and professional development, Mr. Miller already mentioned there's a big difference in the qualifications of a school security person and a school police officer or a school resource officer. That would be something we would certainly look to if we head down this path. In addition, the state has requirements under Act 44 and Act 55. And we've talked a little bit about Act 55 as a board, where all employees in a school district are obligated to 1 hour of annual training in emergency drills or response protocols. And then they must take 2 hours or participate in 2 hours in any one of 5 categories. And you can see them listed there: situational awareness, trauma-informed approaches, behavioral health awareness, suicide and bullying awareness, and then substance use awareness. Well, these individuals would also be obligated to participate and could very well be offering some of these trainings. But the questions that came out from last week too asked about their interactions and their ability to actually de-escalate, for example, special education students that they may or may not be familiar with. That would be something that would become an expectation, and that would become part of the training and professional development. Again, we're very aware of what we want to avoid or not do well, and where we know we need to focus to do well and meet the expectations as we've established them right now in our thinking. And then individuals are held accountable. And we do that through supervision and evaluation, progress monitoring, feedback conversations, data gathering. But individuals in these roles will be held accountable. And then lastly, just as with anything, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we're constantly reviewing our processes and looking for areas or ways to improve. That would be no different with our school security team. And again, those two overarching categories that we know support school security, safe and supportive environments. And I just want to go back to, for a minute, you know, I shared with you this little Venn diagram from way in the beginning here. And there's a lot to take in with this visual. And I wanted to also mention that in addition to some of what you see over here on the left, the state and some PCCD, for example, the county most recently, have been pretty generous with grant funding to support the left side of this Venn diagram. And right now, we have an application in at the county that could garner the district at a minimum $200,000 that contributes to that mental health and wellness side of resources that we think about. So we've looked to requesting additional counselors. We've looked to redesigning our counseling center. They have some great ideas, as you heard one of our students mention, our counselors as well. But we want to make counseling, we want to enhance the counseling center and the services that we offer stronger with some specialized services, as well as a setting that's conducive to doing that. So there's a couple of other things that we've asked for. In addition, Dr. Boyd and I applied for a PCCD grant, and we're awarded funding for next year for an additional specialized counselor from the IU, as well as one from Lakeside Neurologic. So again, bringing in some specialized counselors to support some of our students who are dealing with the most extreme challenges around mental health. So in this next section, we ask what will serve Perkiomen Valley, and we talked Wednesday last week or during the community conversation about a couple of different options. We mentioned to the group what exists currently and then some different ideas. Originally, the 2-year plan was option A. We hired 8 security this year, and the idea was we would add 8 more next year. And Mr. Miller has a plan as to how these individuals are laid out, and they support our school communities and the activities that occur. But as we continued conversations, we began to wonder if that was the best step, the most quality step for Perkiomen Valley. And as we looked to our neighbors, you see the Souderton model sort of is in B, and the Springford model is in C, option C. And these are the costs that were presented associated with these ideas. As we've talked a little bit more, we would recommend eliminating these 2 options. And we've also considered, really, how do we flip the model, and instead of focusing pretty heavily, if you look in B and C, on those 8 school security officers, is a more appropriate and wiser consideration to think about the focus on the SPOs balanced with what we might need in terms of school security. Slightly different view, but that's what's presented in D, and then E is really, the idea is to support each of our buildings with an SPO, and then contracted services, which we've been challenged by this year. You heard Mr. Miller say that, with some contracted services to support. For example, here at the high school, we have up to 5 on a regular basis, security individuals. When we have a football game, we have several. I don't know, sometimes it's in the double digits depending upon who we may be going up against. But we think a lot about security. If somebody uses our buildings, we require them. Mr. Weaver requires them on the form to have security. They have to arrange it. So it is something we've come to expect and we appreciate having in place these days. So options D and E are a different way of us thinking about how we might move forward. What might help before the board considers some conversation, if you're interested in that, is some comparative data. Again, there were questions that came out of last week and asked, well, how do we compare to other school districts? Who has individuals that are armed in their schools? So anyone in black font has at least one SRO in their district, and red font has school security officers. Now, Mr. Weaver and Mr. Miller have been gathering these data since we had the meeting last week, and I put a little footnote here. We continue to gather the data and verify them. We've made some changes. But you can get a sense of what exists in other school districts around us. This is just Montgomery County. It's not every school district, but it's those that we've reached out to and learned a little bit more about.
You want Mr. Weaver to speak to the financial piece?
That might be helpful, and then I would invite the board at any point through this presentation, if there are questions or you have questions about some of the thoughts around these different options, now would be a good time to pose those questions.
So just to add to the conversation, as we began to have these conversations about where we were heading, Dr. Russell mentioned that we started out with the 8+8 model back in the summertime, and then we started to develop a different thinking about what we might want to offer. I reached out to my colleague at Springford, Jim Fink, and said, Jim, what kind of spreadsheet did you use to help you identify what the costs are? He did share that with me. I did reach out to Souderton as well because they have different thinking. Unfortunately, that particular person moved on and is no longer there when they developed that. So using Jim Fink's spreadsheet, we took it, Dean and I reviewed it with Dr. Russell, went through all the various different costs, broke out our own spreadsheets, incorporated that. We do have a comprehensive 5-year plan for each one of these options. Okay, so when we talk about what are the accessories, what do we talk about option E, for instance, you might say, wow, Jim, we're only going with 7 SPOs. How is that possible that it's more than option D? We have to actually add back in and facilitate another $400,000 for contracted services because we're relying now on contracted services that we already took out of the budget process. So we are recognizing that. We do have a balance in there of $127,000, but if we want to go back to full service contracted outsource, we're going to need to add that number back into the budget. That's why that looks the way that it does. So we do have kind of a flexible kind of spreadsheet in the background, a worksheet, and we would like to share that if you so desire that. But we do have the ability to make changes and adjust it on the fly.
So if there are no other questions right now at this point, we'll go through and we'll finish up and then invite the board if they have questions or would like to have conversation. These are just a few of the grant opportunities and funding opportunities. I've listed here the governor's proposed budget. It's certainly not final, but he is presenting some ideas around PCCD funding. Again, that is the Pennsylvania
Commission on Crime and Delinquency.
Crime and Delinquency, thank you. And we apply for grants through there. I mentioned Dr. Boyd and I have applied for a grant that we should receive for next year. We've been approved for it. We got some of our safety and security equipment, the exterior door audit through PCCD, and the governor is proposing some funding in that bucket, if you will. It's not final, but it's on the table right now for discussion. These are some other funding sources, and even the Department of Ed, the Office of Safe Schools, if you go to their website, you'll see that there are grant opportunities, and they call out specifically school police officers. We're understanding you're not eligible for those until you have these roles in place, but that there are some funds available, and we continue to learn more and investigate about the grant opportunities that exist. So, moving forward, just what else are we thinking about? There's a superintendent's roundtable this week that I would like to use to focus on any questions or conversation. When individuals come into a superintendent's roundtable, they really can talk about whatever they would like. Sometimes we have a topic. A lot of times we don't. I think this will be a topic, and I'd invite anybody who's interested for further conversations in a more intimate setting to attend that. I would like to facilitate student conversations. There were some students that attended last week. We had some students speaking here this evening, and I would like to continue those conversations and have requested to maybe take a group over to Springford. I've reached out to their superintendent, and maybe we could take some students over there if they would be interested, and they could have some conversation with Springford students, because I recognize there are some really mixed emotions and some wonderings and some apprehension that exists for some of our students, and I'd really like to try and work through that if at all possible. I think we also recognize, in addition to those mental health resources, and over the years we've been fortunate as a district to add quite a few. Counselors, we have 2 at our elementary schools, we have 3 at each middle school, we have 7 in our high school, 3 BCBAs, 3 social workers. We've been able to really enhance those resources over time. However, I think we also need to consider that anti-bullying program along with what we're doing with the PBIS framework and the restorative practices efforts. And then we have a discipline committee up and running right now where staff have shared with me lots of questions and concerns about discipline, primarily at the secondary level, and would really like to unpack some of what's in that discipline code, and we're working through that right now. So the conversation and the work doesn't end here. There are other aspects to cultivating, nurturing those safe and supportive school environments, and these are some of the things, these are some of the what else's that we're considering as we consider this entire plan, really. So with that, I would open it up to any questions for Mr. Miller, Mr. Weaver, or myself.
You said this will be available on the district website, or is it?
Yeah, Karthik, district website, yep.
We'll post it on board docs too. I think Ms. Widener may have already posted it. No, okay, but she'll put it up in the public.
Okay, thank you.
I have a few questions, but my first one is about the different options presented, as if we could maybe go back to that slide. So I know originally we had talked about this 2-year plan, and it seems like that is not something that's being considered, which is fine. And I know you made the comment that if we're going to do this, let's do it right, and let's have 7 police officers. But I'm curious as to why we aren't thinking about maybe starting a little bit smaller, like option B, seeing how it goes with possibly 3, and then building over time and having a 2-year plan or a 3-year plan like we've done with other things in the past, particularly because it does concern me that the literature isn't really showing that this is a need and that this is helpful. So I'd really love for us to try it out, see how it's going, and see for ourselves, is this working out in Perkiomen Valley? Is this something that we want to expand, or is this something that we're comfortable keeping smaller? And I just feel like there's so many unknowns to jump straight to option D, and I wondered if you considered starting with the smaller option and then building over time if it's a need that we see.
Yes, I have absolutely done that. And as I mentioned briefly at the beginning of the presentation, this has been for us really sort of an internal debate or dialogue. I mean, I even considered starting with one that was here at the high school on campus. Now, I won't speak for Mr. Miller, but I'll speak for him because he's here. He's not really happy. He's not as comfortable with that start. He could live with 3, which, again, I agree with your logic, Dr. Kolar. It is a way to phase in, take this step, and really test the water, maybe refine our approaches and some of those other aspects of what needs to go into supporting such a team. There's been some other feedback provided to me that indicates 7 is better, we feel ready to go, we should do it right. But I am absolutely comfortable with a phase-in, yes, starting with 3.
The second part of that question is I tried to read as much of the resources that you provided, but didn't have a lot of time to get through it all. But I keep coming back to this recommendation that the best way to provide safety for schools is to have a threat assessment team. And it's not clear to me exactly what that team looks like, who would be on that team, but when I'm reading about envisioning that the team would be more than just the police officers, it would include mental health staff, teachers, disciplinary team, whatever. And so again, I think like if we're thinking about this team approach, then we could use resources to hire other types of employees rather than put it all towards these 7 officers.
Mr. Miller, who is our current threat assessment team?
So our threat assessment team right now is about 29 strong across the district. So we have a combination of administrators, social workers, counselors, BCBAs, etc. I serve on it along with Dr. Boyd and Dr. Sachs as kind of in a leadership role to facilitate those conversations, as well as depending on the circumstance that we're investigating, it could involve outside agencies, juvenile probation, SAP referral, law enforcement from outside the district. We had an incident where I had to reach outside of almost Montgomery County to track down some things that came up over the summer. So we have a multifaceted group of our employees that have been trained to the state standard with that, which is one of the things that was part of the legislation that came out in 2018 about having these teams. So we have met that within the state's criteria, and we continue to build on that. Our objective is to have a team in place in each building that is self-sufficient should they face something. But those leaders that I mentioned, the doctors and myself, make ourselves available to all those teams so that if a question comes up or if we have a corresponding issue, that we can share that data. And that's basically what the threat assessment team is at its core, is an investigative body on behalf of the issue or the student or the employee, so that we can avert some kind of issue from getting any more significant than it already is. So we have been mentored by the Montgomery County IU and have followed, it's called the Virginia model. If you care to, I think that's a link that we had in one of our prior presentations when we talked about threat assessment.
And I was thinking, as the question was posed, I can follow up with some more details about our threat assessment team in this week's memo so that the board has that for background. That may be helpful.
I have a question. Mr. Miller, could you clarify what it says there for option B? Is that $1,094,000? Is that including the plus SSO contracted?
Mr. Weaver?
Mr. Weaver, I apologize.
He's the finance man. I'm sorry.
So, what option B?
So option D, which is the option that I'm in favor of,
B
it gives it a
and D, as in
1.3. But
Yes.
I'm curious, do B and D, do they both include the plus contracted?
They do from an overflow perspective on the weekends, and we do have $127,000 still in the budget remaining to help offset those costs.
So the difference between B and D would secure all of our rooms, all of our schools is a little under 300,000.
Correct.
Can you help me understand how that's possible when we're talking about an addition of 4 school police officers, which is the most expensive?
So, I'm sorry, Mrs. Evans-Brockett, where are you comparing?
The difference in cost between option B and option D.
So the difference there is we're going from 3 SPOs in B to 7, but we're going from 8 SSOs to 6. So there's an offsetting in cost. And so the increase there is really the 4 SPO costs. So you are correct that the SPOs are more expensive than the SSOs.
And then there's fluctuation in contracted services. So.
Yeah.
And so option A, so if this conversation wasn't happening, we were probably moving forward with option A, just because of the rental service doesn't guarantee us the success that we have. We were going to go 8 to 8, and option A was going to get us 1.267. That's where we're going to be at budgetarily. So, you know, to me, we're looking at a difference of there $100,000, because you're at 1.2 to 1.324. You have a difference of less than $100,000, but in that differential, you have a trained professional in every single building who's able to do the great work that they would do.
That was the plan, yes.
You mentioned that we've had, you've mentioned that we've had a safety audit done on our doors. Have we had a full safety and security audit done on all of our facilities and procedures?
Yes. So about the time I came to the district in 2017, we had contracted with the outside vendor that I mentioned, whose name is escaping me at the moment. Yeah. And we had them come in. They provided a full extensive report to us. We had one done by the Montgomery County Department of Public Safety, very similar. But my thought, and Mr. Weaver's thought at the time, was an extra set of eyes to kind of reinforce what we saw would be good. A number of these initiatives that you see here, the door audit, the rekeying, the choices about how we're going to change our approaches, things like that, lighting, they've all been part of those assessments. The next level of assessments that we want to look at is our procedures and our policy assessment, which the state police can offer to us in a program called RVAT. And actually one of their coordinators lives in the district, reached out to me, offered those services to us. So we're looking to step into that role next. Again, just another set of eyes looking at where are we at today, where should we be in 6 months, where would we like to be in a year, those kinds of things. They speak to personnel to some extent. They speak to the hard services of our buildings. And then a lot of it that I'm interested in currently is, do our policies and procedures align with what we're doing, and where should we fix that if it does not?
So one of the other things I might want to add, and that's an excellent question, is that the original safety and security audit covered a lot of different areas, inclusive of our policies and procedures, including custody papers, those types of things. So that's the level where we need to get to again.
Thank you for pulling this together with some additional options, because I felt very much like this was an all or nothing sort of presentation prior to seeing some additional options. So first, you know, the work that has been done, you know, by Mr. Miller and Mr. Fabrizio and Mr. Weaver in terms of the security audit, I think has been really, really valuable. And through all of the Safety and Operations Committee conversations that I've been a part of since I've been on the board, I think that there's been a lot of work done. I do think that there is more work to be done with regards to facility and shoring up all of our facilities. I think there is significant money in a lot of that, especially with the rekeying of the doors inside the buildings. I know we talked about that at length several years ago. So I also want to say that I was really a proponent of bringing the SSOs on staff. I think that it allows more authority and more vetting of the type of caliber of people that we employ, and I think overall it's been really successful. So option E for me is just not an option. I think going back to only contracted services to supplement is really, I think it's a poor choice and moves us in the wrong direction. What I do feel is though, in a phased approach, allowing for a more methodical integration of an SPO, I think it would offer a lot more flexibility in terms of, you know, maybe a 2-year plan to finish what we need to do with the facilities upgrades that we need to make. prior to, and then also just testing the waters a little bit. The feedback that we've received tonight, both for and against, were really all very valid. And, you know, as a parent and a human, I think that all of us want to keep our children safe at all cost, right? So it doesn't matter if this is, you know, if there's not a dollar figure that I could put on keeping my child alive. So that being said, I think that we need to also address the different aspects of that safety. And that's why I think a phased approach is I think it's prudent, and I think that it allows for a learning curve for not only our community and our teachers and staff, but also our students. So I also think that this should be a unanimous decision based on just implementing with fidelity and showing that we are all on the same page with, at least with regards to safety and security in the buildings. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. I'm a little concerned with jumping all the way in. And I do understand, you know, Mr. Saylor, you make a really valid point when you're looking at a cost differential between the original option of $100,000 is just to talk about it in that terms. It's just not that much. But I do think there are some other components in play that do need attention, especially the facility stuff. I think that to me is kind of a tipping point. In addition to hearing student voice and all of those other things, I think are all super important. But yeah, that's where I'm at with it.
Well, I appreciate the phased approach. Some of the feedback we got from some of the other districts when they did this, I had asked what they would do different, knowing what they know now. And each one of them, including someone that's pretty respectable to all of us, our state representative, Joe Cerisi, said he would, you can't wait, it needs to be done, it should have been done years ago. So both Springford, Maffact, and Souderton said that. So I mean, I agree with option D, to be honest.
So a few things, if we could go back to slide 35, which talks about the hows. You know, when this topic first came up, I will be very honest, the thought of having any type of gun in a school was very off-putting to me, the thought of giving a gun to a security officer. But I since learned that there is a school police officer option, and it's very different. Springford has a very good model. Everything that I'm hearing is all pretty much in proponent of it. But there's a lot of things that I hear from the community, fears and worries, and all very valid points. And it makes me think about this how piece, because I feel like we're at a point in the year where we have to make a decision, and then we have to implement this decision. And I don't know that we have enough time to be able to hit all the hows and do it well, and also consider everything that the community is bringing forward as far as their concerns and their worries. And I'm, you know, for example, are we going to be able to have time to be able to survey the community, the staff, the students, and respond to them? I feel like just having the round tables and the presentations is not enough. I feel like this is something where we do need to solicit community feedback. I feel like when it comes to policy and administration regs, I would love to see what administration, like, almost drafts of what it could potentially look like, because how it gets put into place and the way that the regulations are written can really kind of make or break the way that this goes. I have some other concerns. You know, we talk about the threat assessment team, and I've asked this several times, why are we not utilizing school psychologists? And I'm hearing from people it's because we don't have enough of them. So, you know, I'm very happy to see, Dr. Russell, that you had mentioned we need to get that anti-bullying, some sort of curriculum there. I just feel like there's just so many pieces that I think this is such an important topic that if we're going to go that direction, and again, if you would have asked me at the beginning of last year, I would have been absolutely not. Right now, I'm torn because I feel like there's so many pieces that if we're going to do this, we need to do it well, and I don't want to do it fast, and I don't want to make quick decisions, and I don't want this piecemealed and then have it be have us be in a really difficult situation because it's not working well. So those are some of my concerns. I feel like is that if there was a way to maybe contract for one more year and spend that year really planning, or doing some sort of phase-in, which I do agree. We've had a lot of people say phase-in is not the way to go. So if phase-in's not the way to go, maybe we wait a year and we do the facilities checks, we get the training, a plan, an actual step-by-step, what is this going to look like plan, would make me more comfortable voting on it, quite honestly.
So when, Mr. Weaver, would you want this decision to be made from a budgetary aspect?
Well, that's a loaded question. So if I'm answering as the business administrator, the sooner the better. However, I understand the due diligence that needs to be done. At a minimum, we would need to figure out what we're going to do for next year because our current outside contractor, that contract expires June 30. So we would need to get something out onto the streets for contracted services at a minimum as soon as we can, which we can do, and we can, I'm sure, Mr. Subers, we can work something in there, as a caveat that, if we change our minds, we can, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, we could have early termination clauses, but, I mean, they're investing in personnel, so they typically want at least a one-year contract.
Do you have individuals that are currently employed in-house of that new 8, that are already identified that would go into the role of the SPO?
Yes, should they be interested and be that good? I mean, I think they're a fit already. They're here, and we've seen their actions, but I have at least 2 that would qualify.
So 2 that would qualify immediately because they're retired, or?
Yeah, the way the law reads currently, there's a transitional approach to school police, and it has some criteria about law enforcement prior service and what that requires for school police, and we have 2 on staff already that meet that.
So they would just, essentially, you'd just be
They could
arming
assume that
Okay.
if that's the direction we go.
Okay, and then the other 6, they would be able, so other than being a retired police officer or coming off, not retired, but just transitioning to a role in a school, what are other ways that would be, obviously there's training that's involved with being a police officer in general, right? Like with the police academy and whatnot. So if you were just an SSO, what would be the path for you to become an SPO in a school?
Well, one of the things that's recommended is that you serve in the role of a law enforcement officer beyond your security training for a number of years to be familiar with that. And as well, I've talked about a number of colleagues, Chief Boyer among them, about having that interaction also be on a level with school-age students. So from K to 12 and beyond, I wouldn't take a rookie officer, not on a bet. Just wouldn't do it. That's just not the fit we're looking for. I do have officers that have reached out and heard that we're having these conversations since last week and have said they're interested, but that doesn't make them a fit either. It's the matter of, do they meet the criteria that the state has put out, that they be trained and currently valid, and do they make that effort that we're looking for in school police? As I mentioned earlier, I'm not looking for the guy who wrote the most traffic tickets in his department, quite frankly, because that's not the approach I want to take. And I don't think Dr. Russell or any of you would want that either. I think it's just a little more aggressive. Now, there's a role for that, but it's just not here.
So what I heard at the community meeting from the captain that spoke from Springford is that if he knew back when he was an officer, I don't, a beat, whatever you would call it, as a law enforcement person primarily, what he knows now, having served in this role in a school, what I was hearing was that he would have been a different type of police officer.
Sure.
And that was nice to hear, because to me it breaks a lot of a stigma and a cycle associated with maybe doing things the way that they've culturally been done, et cetera. And so I think that's sort of it's a strange catch-22, right? Because you don't want a rookie officer, but at the same time, one of the things you mentioned at the meeting was that anyone coming from that side into a school, they would need almost like a debrief or like a decompression
Right.
period that they would be able to reassimilate with a different mindset of a not reactionary or
Correct.
So can you help me understand how you plan to source in a short amount of time, to Dr. Campley's point, staff to fill these positions, given those parameters that were discussed?
Well, we have a couple of people that we can lean on to assist us with that. Springford has offered whatever services we need. They've been down that road. Mr. Moran's prior district has employed school police, so he has experience in that role again about setting up that connection, what we're looking for, what we want to avoid. And I would certainly look for guidance from other agencies that are doing these similar things. So Cardinal Point is one of the vendors here in Montgomery County that also does the training, but they also do referrals for districts as well, and just made a referral to a Montgomery County district for someone in the role that I have here, same kind of thing. So there are people out there that we can rely on. And the question back to when we had a discussion in executive session is, how do we find that profile, and are we going to get enough? And I would rather wait, regardless of Mr. Weaver's plans for how soon we need to tell him, and have the right candidate than to hire somebody just to have a number. So.
Mrs. Maris.
Thank you. So that was one of my questions. I know we're not going to fill positions if we were to go with option D just to fill it. What would be our plan B? So we find maybe if we go with option D and we find 5 well qualified and we're 2 short, what would be our plan of action for that?
Well, I would take the qualified ones and certainly
Right.
train them up to the standard and keep searching. We could supplement with SSOs in the meantime. But again, being selective on who they are. I mean, we have 8 on staff. I speak to 2 that might be qualified, but they might change their mind and say, I don't want to go that route or what have you. But certainly using the resources we have at hand would be the first thing for us to do. Or we could potentially look at putting people in some part-time service opportunities for us for the short term, or potentially contracting someone to fill in for the short term. So maybe we go to one of these agencies and contract for an SPO that they vetted and that we're comfortable with, and say, we need service for 6 months until we can bring people up to speed. And I'd be happy to do that, again, as long as it's the right person and the right fit.
Okay, thank you. And then I was at the meeting and had to leave early through the end of the questions, but I just want to confirm that I believe I'm hearing that the union leadership, the teachers' union leadership is in support of having this. Is that correct?
Mr. McGill?
Mr. McGill spoke in favor of
Yep.
option D, having 7%.
Option
That's correct.
Okay, thank
If
you.
you're going to do it right.
Okay, thank you.
So, go ahead.
The thing that I haven't heard us talk about, and Dr. Russell briefly mentioned it tonight, but it was brought up by several community members at the meeting, and every time it was stated that that must be a rhetorical question, and we never actually addressed it, is that the data does not support this. That the data actually shows that having an armed officer on scene was the #1 factor associated with increased casualties. And that, in fact, many school shooters are actively suicidal, intending to die in the act, so an armed officer may be an incentive rather than a deterrent. So we have not addressed that there is no data out there that supports this as a safety measure. And I'm waiting to hear that reasoning.
So the hard part of some of that data that you mentioned, and that I believe you're referencing the Journal of the American Medical Association when you're talking about that, is that many of the things that are prevented by municipal police, state police, or school police, we can't track that number. It's kind of hard to say that my presence in a hallway prevented a fight. The part about the increased number of casualties in an interaction comes from where's your trade-off? Where's your acceptable number in that liability versus someone coming in and having 3, 5, 7, 10 minutes at large in a building versus potentially 2 minutes or less and having a confrontation. So I too have challenges with that number to even think that that would be correct, that it increases the number of casualties. And I'd have to look more at that data. One of the things in that study said that's a hard thing to pinpoint based on what I mentioned earlier about the fact that there's no standard data gathering for these kinds of things, unfortunately.
But 3 of the 4 of the last school shootings happened in schools that had armed officers.
Correct.
So again, I think there's some data out there, and
I would question the 3 to 4 schools, and just go back to what we've been talking about how they vetted those people. So, Florida, the officer was simply assigned there as an easy assignment. I'm not making excuses. This is.
Well, and I don't think anyone goes into hiring someone saying we don't want to hire the best and we're just going to take whatever. So,
right.
I mean, we certainly have instances here where we hire someone thinking they're the right candidate, and
sure.
then we've had to let them go. We've had that with several school
right.
counselors in the last couple of years. So we're not going into it with that idea in mind, certainly,
correct.
but you just don't know necessarily
right.
the person that you're going to get. And the other thing is the weapon of choice for these school shooters is an automatic rifle. Are we going to be arming our school police officers with automatic rifles?
If I could, I would.
Okay, so I think that's a further discussion that needs to be had, because
I mean, these are all obviously.
That's
absolutely.
the first I've heard that, and
you know.
that presents a whole new step. I don't think that's what's budgeted for. And
It is not. I will tell you, it is not.
Okay, and the reality is that the weapons that we're school police officers with don't stand a chance against the semi-automatic weapons that these school shooters are using.
Come to order. The room will come to order. We're not going to do that. I know it's late. Everyone take a deep breath,
Right.
but we're not going to do that.
But we can certainly have those further conversations. I mean, it would be a pistol of some, a pistol of some sort that, had the ability to fire as rapidly as one could shoot it. And we would have to have a discussion about what weapons accessible and acceptable, and, would I want one that's compatible with local law enforcement
Ask you a
and
question?
things like that.
Would a Sig Sauer put down a human being with an AR?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're skilled with your tool, whatever the tool is.
But I think that kind of comes back to there's a lot of things that haven't been really flushed out. And I'm just feeling like there's a sense of urgency to get this in and started for next school year. And to me, all of those pieces of the how and all of those components, we don't have it flushed out nearly enough for me to be comfortable voting. But if we did, I'd probably go with option D. I just feel like right now it's being done with such an urgency that's way too fast, and we don't have all of the pieces. And I don't feel comfortable voting for pieces and then finding out, to Mrs. Evans-Brockett's point down the road, that now we're not talking about, a taser and a pistol. Now we're talking about semi-automatic or automatic rifles in the hand. Like, I feel like that stuff needs to be hashed out and ironed out, and we need to see what some of these policies would look like before we could say, yes, let's go all in and have 7 armed police officers on site.
Ms. White, you done? You're done? Yeah.
So, Mr. Miller, as the supervisor of this team, would you carry?
Yes. If I
Okay.
was permitted by the state, I would carry.
Okay. So I like that idea. The thing that I keep coming back to in my mind when I dive through the scenarios of, I think they were talking about, the worst day, right, in that public meeting, is that, for me as a parent, every day that I've dropped my daughter off at school since Sandy Hook, I think in my mind, I watch her leave the car and walk into the building, and it's not till she's in the door that I drive away. I literally think that may be my last day seeing her. And I don't, that's probably like a trauma response of some kind, but that's the reality, I think, of a lot of us as parents today, because of the nature of the way the world is.
Right.
So the other part of my concern is to the point about a semi-automatic weapon versus a pistol. What I can't help myself but think is that all that would do is let that officer be the first person killed. Going down fighting, there's no question there.
Right.
But that they just, if somebody with an semi-automatic weapon wants to go into a school and kill children, that's what they're going into the school to do. So it doesn't matter if they shoot the principal first, the teacher first, the secretary first, or the armed police officer first. There's going to be casualties.
Right.
It is how I feel the reality of that terrible situation is.
Right.
And that's very upsetting, right? It's upsetting to verbalize. It's upsetting to imagine. It's awful. So my thought in terms of the less, in addition to the transition period, is that if they are on the outside, as you mentioned, if you were armed and you're on the outside and now a panic button goes off and something's happening in a school and we need to get there, I almost feel as though, in some sort of a strange way, approaching from the outside rather than being on the inside maybe gives more of a chance to our employees that are armed, potentially, to actually stop what's happening. And I don't know if that's been a scenario that's been discussed, but I can't help but feel that.
You mean even arm the teachers?
What?
You said employees that are armed.
I mean the SPOs.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
No, we're not talking about that, right? Like, don't put that out into the world, please. So I just can't help but think that maybe somebody approaching the building that's on staff, responding quickly, and I appreciate the response time piece of this whole conversation, may be actually more effective than just putting an armed person in every building in that scenario that I just described. I don't know what your thoughts on that are.
Are you asking, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. You're saying, if we have one in each building, essentially that person becomes the target because they know that that's who they need to get through first to get to the rest. Where if somebody's coming from the outside, they don't know where they're coming from because they're coming. Am I understanding you?
I think in my mind, the scenario is if somebody with that type of firearm is coming to a school with the purpose of murdering en masse, they're going to plow through whoever they need to as quickly as possible to get to whatever the target is. And to be perfectly honest, I feel the same way about playgrounds. I drive past Skip Back during the day and I see those kids outside and I feel sick in my stomach. And that's an awful feeling and an awful reality that we live in a world that kids can't just be out on the playground running around freely without the thought in my mind of what if. So again, with an SPO in every building, does that almost make, are we doing a disservice to actually protecting and responding appropriately if that's the first person to go? That's it can be rhetorical, or you can give me your philosophy on it, but that's the thought process that I have in my mind, that there's a false sense of security by okay, every building should have one. That's equitable, right? So I understand the thinking about applying this with fidelity, but I also think that there's a reality of the nature of, to Mrs. Evans Brockett's point, these people, they're on a suicide mission, essentially.
Right. So they have two things in common through many of these. One speaks to the suicide piece, and the other speaks to the number piece. What can my number be before that suicide happens? And in law enforcement, those responders are training to the level of how fast can I be there to stop that number from growing. Chief Boyer refers to it as that acceptable level of risk. What is it that you want to take when you set this up? And, I agree with him. The person that's going to stop the armed guy with a weapon is a good guy with a weapon.
So let's get, in my opinion, and I know both of you and Dr. Russell, you don't like to give definites, right? Maybes. In my opinion, you need a yes or no from the board at the business meeting in April. Are we moving forward with SPOs or not in the next school year? If you don't get that, you're looking at doing it, so the next school year would be the 23-24. Otherwise, we're looking at maybe implementing it in 24-25. That's how my brain works. The private sector, you move fast. The administration needs a yes or no. Are we going to implement some form of SPO? We don't know if it's B, C, D, E, but some form of SPO, and they probably need to know by the business meeting in April. Otherwise, there's other contractual things that need to happen. Would you say that would be a fair statement?
Yeah, Mr. Weaver?
Yes, from a contractual standpoint, we can get something out in the streets. We can say, you have to hold the rates for 60 days and we'll get back to you.
Correct. Now, I understand from Dr. Campley's perspective and other board members, there needs to be a lot of policy development and AR development, et cetera. But in my opinion, the board needs to vote in the next business meeting on a yes or no question. Are we moving forward with SPOs or not? And even if it's just that yes or no question, then they know I'm going to have at least 3, or I'm going to have 3 to 7. And then they would be started to develop the policy, the AR, and start the hiring process, because it's not a quick process. And if we talk about this in April, May, and June, you're not going to have it ready by September. So I think the question is, I know it does seem fast to some people. It's either, if we're going to do it in the next school year, we need to have a yes or no vote next month. Otherwise, you're looking to develop things through a process for 24-25.
I'm a little nervous with it being next month when we barely had any time to get any feedback from the community. I feel like a month's time for Dr. Russell to be able to meet with students, for those students to potentially go and meet with Springford students, for surveys to be put out to students, staff, community members, and all of that to come back and be able to flush through it so that I can make a choice and everybody else on the board can make a choice that they feel is in the best interest of the entire community. I just feel like a month's time from now is way too fast to have to make a decision.
Sorry. Are we sending out surveys?
So I was thinking about that as Dr. Campley was sharing. I don't know that we have planned to do that. We instead had planned to have these conversations, these in-person meetings. So that isn't that is not part of our plan currently. We could certainly talk about it, but we felt like the community conversations and the opportunities to meet in person would provide the forum for individuals to share their views. And then, of course, I would like to meet with students.
I guess my worry with that is not everybody feels comfortable coming out and having these, these conversations, and they're not comfortable with public speaking and asking questions. But if you were to be able to send out a survey, we could send it out to have the opportunity that the entire community could give us responses. I just feel like only having roundtables is just not enough with something as important as this.
What if we did the opposite of what the survey asked? What if the survey said we don't want SPOs, but we did it anyway? That would be wrong, correct? I'm just asking.
I think getting the feedback from the community is very important.
No, I understand that, but would you want to follow the feedback?
Yeah.
We've done surveys before. We did a referendum in 2017, and the community, by and large, the voters said no money spent on turf, and we have turf. We did a survey in July of 2020 that said reopen our schools 70%, and we didn't reopen the schools. So we've done surveys before, not listened to the answers to the surveys. I do surveys for a living, and I analyze surveys for a living, and I develop plans based on that data to my clients. You don't always listen to the survey, and that's the hard truth, and that's the sad part. I'm just curious. Are we going to listen to the survey?
I think that there's different questions that we could put on a survey.
Yeah.
I'm not asking, do you agree with SPOs, yes or no, and then going with there. It's asking which option. What are your fears? What are your fears? To give us an opportunity to understand the community and where their thoughts are. Because there's a lot of people who came out tonight who had feelings on one side or the other, and we have only had one meeting.
But we can't survey the community. We can only survey the students and the parents of the students of Perkiomen Valley. We don't have the means of ability to actually survey
I'm
the
not going to
community.
argue with you.
No, I'm just asking.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm saying that we've had one presentation where parents and families and community members could come out. And I'm saying that between now and April is not enough time to be able to get the information that we need for me personally to be comfortable making a vote as serious as whether or not to have armed guards in our schools.
And I respect it. I'm just saying there's no means for the school district to actually survey the community because there are
I disagree with you.
There are 20,000+ residents who pay taxes that don't have a child in the school district that we should also, if we're going to survey, should listen to.
I disagree with you. I think there's ways to put it out there that you could have community feedback.
Okay.
There are ways to get surveys out there that does not go to just parents. You can put it on the website. You can have it in the community letter. There's other ways to get the community's input besides just having a roundtable meeting. You can do surveys and you can have feedback.
Okay. Other discussions? Yeah.
So can you help me understand the reasoning of April? Because right now, there's a dollar figure in the budget, a placeholder.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the conversation, I mean, the ball, I think, is sort of rolling now, right? Like we're engaging in more conversations. Obviously, there's some more work to be done with engagement, especially with students. And I'd like to understand from a complete faculty perspective what the feelings are there, not just, the cabinet or, whoever was being represented in the conversations up to this point. So if there's a placeholder there in the budget, we have until June. I'm not suggesting we wait until the day before the budget presentation, but I do think that there's some time past April, like we have May.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's a placeholder there already. The money's being held in the numbers. So it doesn't have to be April.
No, I don't think it has to be April either, and I would be interested in additional thoughts on the part of the board. I appreciate Mr. Saylor's question about survey feedback. However, I have also said it's important to me that there is a voice, that our community does have a voice. Now, we met last week, we met tonight. This was intentional to make a formal presentation, and there will be another opportunity this week. I've had a staff conversation, and of course, I've met with union leadership of the different groups, and there will be another staff conversation this week, Wednesday afternoon. I think there's other legwork that we could do. I don't know that it has to be April. Mr. Weaver likes to get his ducks in a row as soon as he can, but I think, again, the money is set aside, and May could work, most likely, unless you feel differently, Mr. Weaver.
Again, I agree with you, Ms. White. The money is in the budget. My biggest concern is about the outsourcing piece. We can't go out and ask an outsourcing company to do X, Y, and Z if we don't know what X, Y, and Z is.
And that date was June, though. What was the date?
Well,
No,
June
it
30.
expires. The
It
current
expires in
contracts
June.
expire June 30. We
Right.
would need to negotiate a new contract.
So what's the drop dead date for that?
We could explore the options now and start a tentative negotiation.
They
and-
need 30 days to know we wouldn't be renewing, or?
Oh, no, it's
The contract
expires.
just ends,
It
yeah.
was a one-year contract.
Right.
There's no renewal
Oh.
option.
No, she's
So we need to
asking-
negotiate a new contract.
Correct. Now, what she's asking is, let's assume you start negotiating, and if I'm wrong, tell me now. You start negotiating the contract, but say, hey, we're going to be meeting on May 15th. I don't know if that's right. And making a decision on whether we're going through this contract or not. Are they going to find that to be an acceptable term?
I don't know that answer as I sit here
Yeah.
tonight.
So that's a piece of information that we need.
Because the companies are going to start negotiating contracts for these SSOs next year in their school districts. And it's the longer you wait, the more diluted the pool gets for the individuals you get to hire.
The problem is they have staffing issues, and we want to make sure that they
That's
have the
correct. And
staff.
let's go back a couple of years when the last contract expired. We actually had a new contract in place by March. So that gave them time to get
Staff
yes.
up. So,
Yes.
but were we going to solicit RFPs for other vendors? Or were we just going to let?
No, we would.
Yeah, we would absolutely do that.
Okay, so can't these things happen in tandem, that we solicit RFPs in addition to the like, I don't see why one begets the other. I
So,
don't understand
I
that.
guess here comes the point of my concern is that what do we put in that RFP? Do we need 10 contracted personnel? Do we need 5 contracted personnel? Do we need 3 contracted personnel? Because we don't know what we're going to look like internally. Until we decide that, we can't spin something up.
I just don't know, can't we
Well,
write
I mean, we
it with
could
leverage?
use, yeah, I mean, we could put in option B, option D. We'd have to figure out what our additional SSO contracted services are under either option.
Sure.
We could put something together with
I mean,
options.
To me, it's not our problem. If they're either going to be able to commit or they're not going to be able to commit. So when an RFP goes out, as the requester, you give the scenarios.
Yeah,
We give the scenarios.
My concern is we are already late to the point that there's a lot of services that have already been booked for next year. And we've heard that. And so we know in the industry they're having problems.
So what was preventing the RFP? If we were independent from this conversation, what was preventing the RFP process from happening already?
Because we were going to bring in everybody in-house. We were going to have our.
No, every option has contracted.
No, we were really at option A.
Yeah.
Up until now, my understanding is we were going to
go 8 and 8.
has contracted as well.
That's just to supplement for extracurricular activities more so than daytime coverage.
But in all of the options, it's going to be supplemental. I'm asking.
It
That's
would be.
the way that I'm reading
it-
this is
it-
that all options included only supplemental contracted services.
It would be, presuming we have additional SSOs or SPOs that we're going to hire and add to the 8 SSOs that we currently have. But that's a difference between another 6 to 8 positions or another 4 for the weekends.
The only other issue would be just our hiring staff.
Well, that timeline's shortened.
Right.
Yeah, the timeline.
No, that part I understand. Bringing people in-house. And by the way, there may still be challenges, correct? Like, we can't just say we want 8 and then we get 8 great people and then that's the end of it. That's just not how that goes. We've had that experience over and over
I highly
again.
doubt it's going to work like the first round.
Okay, Dr. Kohler.
I have a question that kind of goes back to earlier conversation. Some of the things we've heard from the community tonight and earlier is the question about arming officers in our schools. And we talked a little bit about, a school shooter scenario and why that would be important, and I understand that piece of it. My question for you, Mr. Miller, and I don't know if you can answer this now or if it would be something that comes out of policy development, is what other scenario would you see an officer needing to use a weapon besides an outside intruder?
Well, besides an intentional act on the school, we're always concerned about interactions with people that come to our schools that may have some kind of an issue with another family member, or some of those numbers that you saw were just incidents that end up at our schools. Our community interacts with our buildings on a regular basis. That was one of the things we talked about recently. And I mean, I'll just give you a hypothetical. Mom and dad are driving down the road and they're not agreeing on some domestic issue about finance, and they decide to pull into the parking lot at the school and have a conversation that doesn't go well, and it becomes a violent circumstance. Is that something where we would take an action? It all depends on the circumstances of the school. I mean, I'd put the school on a lockdown if I had that situation, but one of the many scenarios we run through in training is, what if something that you're not expecting, not even an intentional thing, ends up in your building? How do you deal with it? Or on your grounds, or at a football game, or a band competition, or a rental? Any one of these incidents, we're bringing the community in, and there's a potential for us to want to provide protection to the people that we're hosting for whatever reason.
Well, I guess I understand that, the people, outsiders coming in or some kind of dispute, but my question is more during the school day, do you see any scenario where it would be warranted for the officer to use a weapon?
only in the defense of someone's life or their own. I mean, that's the primary purpose of them having that.
Any other discussions? Mr. Keenan?
Thank you.
Mr. Burke.
I think, of course, just wanted to share just a little. I don't know if anybody else on the board has spent a lot of time in Collegeville Borough, but from my experience, we have a fully funded, full-time police force. We have bent over backwards to fund them and to provide everything that they need to operate. We had multiple studies. We've had multiple municipalities want to merge with our police force. We have the studies have shown. The study actually came back from the police union that quite unexpectedly that we had sufficient personnel to cover the borough and all its police needs at all times of the day, all times of the year. So we are one of the only completely fully funded, as recommended by the police union, for full staffing and full coverage. And anyway, the point that I want to make is it has been one of the most wonderful things in my adult life to live in a place where the police are less than 60 seconds away from any emergency. And that is, I don't want to say, it's a feeling of, it gives a feeling of peace and safety and security, just knowing that and seeing it, seeing it, something happens, okay? And not a shooting, because haven't been, but something happens and 40 seconds later, there is a car there and somebody to see what is going on and address whatever it is. Again and again and again and again. It provides such a sense of relief. And it is, I don't know if anybody else has this or has experienced this in Collegeville, but it is wonderful. And I'm just sharing that because that is now my life experience over the last 20 years, my adult life living, with my own place in my own house in Collegeville and now my own family. If there's a chimney fire, there's going to be somebody there. If there's somebody knocking on the door, if there's, somebody screaming, if there's somebody fighting in the street, if there's, a wild animal that busts into the gym. I mean, there's going to be somebody there to address it and to maintain peace and order and safety and security. And it's just great. And I just want to share that because I don't fully recognize that every day. And I just think that is relevant and that also goes to having them available and, not to say there was anything wrong with any of the points, but if somebody goes into a school and shoots an officer, and then we have an officer from each of the other buildings converging on that other building, they're there, some of them are there in seconds, the next officer is there as fast as he can. And again, that providing the resources that are available to address anything is, again, the confidence that it gives in daily life is just, and in the security that it gives is just a great thing. So that's my experience, and I wanted to say that I haven't picked, which one I would fully support. I mean, I am in agreement, I guess, for the most part with the teachers that we should go in full on each building, but I'm really interested in the budgetary issues, and I'm just as willing to entertain discussion about starting slow if we have to. But again, my experience is that the best results come from full coverage and having all of the personnel that you need. So Thank you.
Any other discussions? Dr. Fountain. Mr. Fountain.
Yeah. My question is, we talked about the 23-24 school year, and that if we didn't get everything done in time, it would have to be the 24-25 school year. Would there be any reason that should we need whatever time you guys might need to answer some of the outline questions that have come up either tonight or in the discussions that you've already had, would there be anything that would stop us necessarily from saying, okay, well, we can't get it by day one of 23-24, but we can by midpoint of the year, 23-24? Does it have to be a full year, or could it be something that if we were to have to stretch it out a little bit, it could still be in?
So again, from a budget perspective, that's all year. So anything different than that year means from a budgetary perspective, we're covered. The main component would be, I would think, and I don't want to speak for Dean as he's coughing back there, but I just want to say that I would think that certainly by mid-August, he would like all of the newer people in place to move forward for the start of the school year. When the kids come back, that second Monday in August would be the goal. Then that would be an extra month and a half, really. But certainly with the 1.4, as Ms. White pointed out, that's in the budget as we talk about it now. So if we wait, that's presuming all 12 months. If we only expend 10 months of that, then that would all feather out at the end of the June 30, 2024 fiscal year.
Any other discussions? Thank you guys very much. Do you have any updates to solicitor's report? Any updates to superintendent's report? Any board members have any updates on board and district committee reports? Looking for approval to approve the consent agenda as presented. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Sorry about that. Opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. Ms. Evans-Brockett, education.
Most items are on consent with the exception of 4.06, which is a motion to approve the K through 12 guidance plan, and I so move.
Second.
There's a second. Discussions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you very much, Ms. Evans-Brockett. Business, Mr. Fountain.
Mr. Weaver, did you want to add anything into this section?
Yeah, Mr. Weaver, would you like to do another financial report?
I submit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weaver. Item 5.02, approval of food service van. There is a motion to approve the purchase of a food service van, so I make that motion.
Is there a second? Second. I have a second. Discussions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed, nay. And the ayes have it.
And the remainder of my section is on consent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fountain. Mr. Keenan, payment of bills.
Yes, we have 6.01. I'm going to make a motion. Sorry.
You can make a
My
motion for
computer. Motion
6.01 and 6.02.
I'm going to make a motion for 6.01, and that is a motion. My computer's just slow. Motion to ratify bills and payroll and authorization of payments, and I'm going to make a motion to approve the treasurer's report and financial statements.
Are there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Ends my section.
The ayes have it. So ends your section. Professional personnel, Mrs. Mayers.
My section's on consent.
Thank you, Mrs. Mayers. Support personnel, Mr. Dorr.
My entire section's on consent.
Thank you, Mr. Dorr. Governance, Dr. Kolar.
That section is also on consent.
Thank you, Dr. Kolar. Any comments from the audience? Mr. Seibel. Mrs. Stone, you can go next.
Oh, I can go?
No, you can go next. You can go next.
Oh.
Look, yeah.
I'm like,
Sorry.
Christian, you don't? What are you doing?
Hold on 1 second, Christian, please.
No stress.
Oh, there you go. Rock and roll.
All right, I'm Christian Seibel from Collegeville, a senior at the high school. I just wanted to express some significant concerns about this proposal for safety and security in our buildings. It seems to me that a lot of what's being presented is based in kind of hypotheticals or data that's kind of doesn't really refute data that's being presented by other opinions. I mean, I went to the meeting on Tuesday of last week, and I brought up when I asked my question, hey, a lot of the literature that I'm finding online shows that having armed guards in a school can increase fatalities and cannot deter school shootings. And a lot of the times when I was getting responses back, whether it be at that moment or later, I was hearing, oh, but the response time is better, and the quicker the response, the fewer casualties. And yeah, in concept that sounds great, but when we're looking at the number of people who are being injured or killed in these events, it doesn't matter what the response time is if the number is higher. And so I'm hearing a lot of responses where it's like, oh, but we'll have quicker response times, but that doesn't matter if the numbers are still higher regardless of the response time. Furthermore, I hear a lot of only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. And time again, we've seen that not to be proven true. In multiple school shootings, we've seen armed guards on the scene, either SROs or SPOs in the building at the time of the event or police officers coming afterwards. And we've seen time and time again that these responses are not what they should be and not what this hypothetical ideal scenario would be. It's great to say, hey, we'd have somebody with a gun in the building, they could take out the shooter quickly, or we could have all these officers come in and come into the building from the buildings we have them in originally. But when you don't ever see that happening, it's a great fantasy that we all like to imagine, this American cowboy shooting the bad guy, but we're not seeing that in practice. And it concerns me that we're kind of basing it on the perfect hypothetical as opposed to what we're actually seeing in the actual data that's readily available online on the subject. So I have no problem if you guys are introducing ideas, and I think most of our students and community wouldn't have an issue as long as the proposals we're making are based in real events, real data, as opposed to the ideal scenarios. Because if there's a shooter on school grounds, it's already not the ideal scenario. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Betsy Stone?
Hi, Betsy Stone, Skippack Township. I attended the presentation last week, and I came tonight because I knew there was going to be more data. I still have no idea how I feel on this. Totally honest here. I do still have some concerns and a few things that I don't know everybody's thought of. I recently had a conversation with Dr. Russell and Dr. Boyd about my family's experience in the special education department. We had a very rare situation, I think, for the district where if it could go wrong, it did go wrong. Included in that was a miscommunication amongst staff and everybody on how discipline was handled. And it was handled wrong. And I guess one of my concerns is that we still have miscommunication. We still have loopholes in the way we're handling special education. We still have these holes that things slip through. Things don't happen right. And my concern is when I don't know that staff isn't going to rely on, oh, now we have these people in the building to take care of this for us. And I know we've all said that's not what they're supposed to be there for. That's not what they're supposed to be there for. But we've also had IEPs written that say one thing and staff says, oh, no, that's not what that means. So just something to keep in mind. The other thing, I do worry about the timeline. It was made very, very clear with Chief Bauer and Lieutenant Phillips. And I did have the opportunity to speak with Lieutenant Phillips even before the meeting started. That really the key thing here is getting the right people. The right people make a huge difference. You get the wrong people, it's a disaster. And nobody wants to hire the wrong people. Nobody ever wants to hire the wrong people, but it still does happen. So the timeline does have me concerned because I definitely don't think we could get 8 by September. I don't even know if we could get the 3. And that's assuming 2 of our current staff members would be interested. Lastly, just so everybody knows, I do come at this from a very different perspective than most people. I was at Penn State in the fall of 1996. I was also at the Empire State Building in February of 1997. If you don't know what that is, those were shooting incidents. People did die in both those incidents, including the shooter in the one at the top of the Empire State Building. I know. I saw him. I was kicked off of an elevator so he could be put on it in his stretcher. So I do come at this from a very different perspective, but I also don't, and I understand the fear people have, but having been through that, I can't let my life live like that. I know that the chance of my child being involved in a school shooting is the same as them being struck by lightning, and I still let them go outside when it's raining. So something to keep in mind.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments from Dr. Weston?
Hi, Wade Weston, Collegeville Borough. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want to thank Mr. Weaver and Mr. Miller for a very detailed and informative presentation. It's my thinking along this issue has certainly evolved from hearing this information. My request is that if you could please make the slides from the presentation available on the website, on board docs, or wherever as soon as possible. I don't want to have to wait for the minutes of the meeting to come out before being able to review the slides, because you can't really see them from where I'm sitting, and there's just a lot of dense information in there that you need to take some time to review. So if you could put those out on board docs as soon as possible, I'm sure the community would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Are there any other comments from the audience? Seeing no other comments. Any board comments? Ms. Evans-Brockett.
Gave a shout out last week to Matilda, so this week I want to give a shout out to Willy Wonka Jr. Excellent production put on at West. And I got chastised because I forgot to mention that on Saturday was the indoor percussion and indoor color guard competition. Absolutely amazing day. Went from 7:30 in the morning till 11 o'clock at night. About 40 schools came in, and amazing talent that this school district has. And I just want to say, between all of that and the students that spoke tonight, I have so much hope for our future. So thank you.
Any other board comments? Dr. Campley, then Mrs. Mayers.
So I just have, I'll make this brief. I know everybody's tired and it's late. I just kind of want to, I've been reflecting throughout the week on all of the concerns regarding the books and sexually explicit versus pornography. And I still stand by everything that I said at last week's meeting. I do feel that there needs to be, the one woman who was here had a great idea as far as like rating the books almost the same way like movies get rated and having opportunities there. I think there's ways to go about addressing both sides without getting books out of the library. So again, I stand by that. But at the same time, I was on Zoom last week. I had no idea at all what was going on visually here. I didn't know that there was a document handed out until Dr. Coulter actually spoke to it, and I could hear the pages rifling, because all I could see was Dr. Russell and the presentation, because I was on my phone and I don't get the YouTube live stream if I'm on Zoom. So when I heard it back and I heard how loud I was, I do want to apologize. I had no idea that I came across that loud. I am a loud speaker in general. I probably don't really even need the mic. I do it so that the people at home can hear. So if it came across like I was yelling, I wasn't yelling. Was I assertive? Absolutely. That's my personality. But I was not yelling, and I do apologize for how loud it was, and for times when I couldn't hear that others were talking. Zoom is very difficult. I wish we were in a point where if you needed to take a night off, that we were a trusted board of 10, that we could take an evening off and watch the YouTube video the next couple days to get caught up. But unfortunately, when things are thrown at you that are not planned, you almost feel like you can't even take a night off, that you have to Zoom in and be here all the time. So, thank you.
Thank you. First, I also am appreciative of the students coming up and speaking, because it is very hard to speak in public, especially when there's heightened tensions and a lot of emotion and differing thoughts and opinions. So really respect that. And I'm glad that you maybe wasn't comfortable, but that you felt safe enough that you could do that. And I would expect that that would continue throughout your experience in the days to follow. So I totally agree that we should have a diverse library. That's not the question. Of course we should, and I know that Mrs. Smith, I believe, has led that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but doing a library audit, looking into, do we offer books that represent different experiences, different diversity, and that all of our students in our schools feel represented and have a place where they can go to maybe learn and experience or have validated some of what they are themselves experiencing. To me, it's two completely separate conversations. That, of course, we should have. But I just can't support at all sexually explicit materials, whether, it doesn't matter what the interaction is, heterosexual, homosexual. It's the sexually explicit part that is disturbing. So I think I'll just end there. Thank you.
Any other discussions from board members? All right, seeing none, before I read 10.03, which is the notice of video recording disclaimer, I actually received 4 emails from parents about the disclaimer. So, Mr. Subers, I'm just going to ask you a question. It's my opinion, but you're the solicitor, that 10.03, that this video disclaimer means that the school district who's recording it on YouTube cannot edit the video. But a member of the community can record a meeting while they're here. They could take the video on YouTube. They can make some changes. They can splice and do whatever they want. Is that the onus of what this is about?
My interpretation of this is that we're preventing unauthorized rebroadcasting of our video. Community members do have the right to record meetings on their own.
But we post on YouTube, and someone can take a YouTube video and they could cut out 25 minutes of it and put it on their social media.
I would have to look into what the YouTube use policy is, to be honest with you.
Got it. All right. Notice of video recording disclaimer is available in 10.03, and without objection, I will rule adjournment.